gifts today. He takes the glory. Once again delivers stage success for Tadej Pogacar.
Merlier pakt zijn eerste van de Tour.
Tim Merlier encore. Tim Merlier toujours. Tim Merlier pour la deuxième.
Is Mathieu van der Poel. Hij doet het in de Tour. Alweer hij.
Well, hello and welcome to stage 11 of the Tour de France. And what is this? Raindrops and cloud cover. Things that we haven't seen on the Tour for quite some time. We have had a smattering of rain, of course, but in high temperature. But now, as we prepare ourselves for a stage between Vichy and Nevers, it is rain back on the Tour. Before we go any further though, let's review what happened on stage 10. Javier Romo was the last man out in front, then Richard Carapaz went on the attack before Tadej Pogacar decided he was going to snaffle his third stage of this Tour and increase his advantage.
He takes the glory on stage 10. It's victory for Tadej Pogacar. He looks at the yellow jersey and knows that it's his. He owns it.
3 stage wins already. Pogacar looks unbeatable on this Tour. Every time the race tilts upwards, he answers with the same authority.
Yeah, I committed. I had always doubt in my mind that Jonas will come or somebody else from behind and beat me in the line. So yeah, it was really tough day, but super beautiful day on Bastille Day with so many fans on the road, and yeah, just incredible day. Yeah.
An incredible day. Tadej Pogacar remaining in yellow, but there are changes in the standings. Juan Ayuso is now in a better position on GC than Isaac Del Toro, and therefore takes over in the white jersey standings. And the competition for second place looks very much more interesting than we expected it to be. Jonas Vingegaard is in second at the moment, but very little time separates him from Florian Lipovic, who's down in 5th place. Another birthday on the Tour.
Joyeux anniversaire, Joris, mais quel moment de communion avec le public de Ville.
And we eventually had some rain at the Tour de France. Good morning, guys. Yeah, for the first time, actually, after so many stages under the heat and the sun. Anders, today, a sprinter stage after yesterday. Super hard mountain stage with Pogacar, once again, the biggest protagonist of the day. But I said sprinter stage. Do you really think it's going to be the case?
On paper, sprinter day today. They are hungry for sure. Tim Merlier and Olaf Koy are the only one of the sprinters who won the bunch sprints. But I think a lot of riders got a lot of inspiration and morale seeing what Liam Slock did. I spoke to Kasper Eskren the other day, and he said, yeah, I might try to trick the sprinters coming up in the Tour.
And what about the sprinters team? How will they handle the chase of the breakaway in a day like that and after yesterday's big effort?
I think they will, for sure. Yesterday was demanding for the sprinters. We saw Tim Merlier was dropped pretty early, William Guermet as well. So they were for sure all eyes on today. To be fair, it's pretty straightforward today. Mainly we head north to Nevers. The final is on much smaller road, so with 6K to go, when they will turn left, I think it's going to be a really small road. So for the train, it will be already important to be really right in the front. But besides that, I mean, now is not so much wind at the moment. It can still pick up with some thunderstorms that are expected by the end of the day. But if they, like they do in the start of the Tour de France, if they allow just 1 or 2 guys in the break, then it should be easy for the sprint team to control that kind of stage.
And also, we have to mention that more rain is expected at the finish to make it even more complicated for the sprinter stand.
And they're off. The final countdown is completed by Marc Charvet. And the départ fictif kicks off in Vichy with a new man in the white jersey, Juan Ayuso, on the front row alongside the yellow jersey worn by Tadej Pogacar. Most combative rider went the way of Richard Carapaz. Quinn Simmons looking at his bike and rather reluctantly whirring in to action here. And roared across the line there. Let's take a look ahead at today's stage then. Heard our experts referring to it as one for the sprinters, and here is why as they make their way up the middle of France, setting off from Vichy. We've got our intermediate sprint at Saint-Pourçain-sur-Sioule. The Côte de Billonnière comes after 32.9 kilometers. Then it's a very flat stage through the Côte de Billy-Gerane, and then it continues to be flat as we head to Nevers. In total, 161.3 kilometers and only 1,400 meters of climbing. A pleasant and probably well-received change in the weather conditions, although the rain will make it a little greasier out on the roads. And there were those riders who really struggled with the slippery nature of the roads, limescale that had been laid down on the roads in the Massif Central yesterday, leading in the end to Chris Harper not starting today. He becomes the 10th rider not to take to the start on this year's Tour. So another 7 kilometers to go until we arrive at the Départ Réal. And we look over at Vichy. Plenty of stunning bits of architecture alongside the Allier River, the Palais des Congrès of Paul Vichy. First built as a casino in the reign of Napoleon III. Art Nouveau architecture there on display, which makes it unique as an opera house in France nowadays. Also the home of the government under the Vichy regime from 1940 to the end of the Second World War. As we passed any lakes or rivers in the last few days, cyclists have gone past them looking longingly at the water, probably hoping that they could just plunge in, but not so today. Weather conditions different on the Tour as we head north, and some welcome relief for the riders. Fans out in force the day after 14 Juillet, a day that also saw French hopes end in the Coupe du Monde. Kylian Mbappe will not play in a third consecutive World Cup final, and many people's favourite for the tournament will have to settle for the third and fourth place playoff. Søren Varenshold last across the line in yesterday's stage. Well, today Tadej Pogacar, wearing that yellow jersey, moves level with Miguel Indurain for most yellow jerseys worn. Third place in the list, Indurain, and just 2 lie ahead. Mathieu van der Poel in conversation with Christian Prudhomme up at the front of the race. Nico Dents from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe sitting back here. Well, we get plenty of reaction from within the peloton throughout the race. Daily basis. Our reporters are interviewing before stages, after stages, and Romain Bardet will probably speak to riders during the stage today as he sits on the bike. Let's go and hear what Mads Pedersen had to say ahead of today's stage.
Mads Pedersen, just spoke with a few of your colleagues, your rivals, who really suffered yesterday. We saw on the onboard cameras, it seems like you're having a good time.
Yeah, they take out like 2 times 5 seconds. But yeah, I had a good day yesterday. Of course, it was hard onto the intermediate, and after that, I also had to spend a bit of energy. But I think from the moment we let it go, it was quite easy for our group. We could really relax and roll to the finish line.
I think many have asked the question, what were you doing with this one? The one.
I told Nils Pullet that I hope one day his ass will be itchy and his arms too short. That's a proper punishment for being that fast when the rest of us are sitting, there behind and suffering. It would be nice if his ass is itchy at one point.
Mads, today a possible new bunch sprint, important day for you in green, obviously. I know you always race to win, but would you be happy that the break survived today?
I think that's the question I'm asked on every sprint day, and yes, if the break makes it, it's perfect for us. That's at least 70 points gone. Is there a possibility of me getting 70 points? Yes, but I think it's nicer if the break will take it instead of us.
There we have Nils Pullet.
You can ask him what about yesterday. Yeah, so I told him, but it seems like the arms are long enough still to make it to the S.
I'm gonna ask him. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, I think Anders did catch up with Nils Pullet a little later on in the mix zone ahead of today's stage, as you can see the rain falling. So as we wend our way through Vichy ahead of the start of today's stage, Julien Alaphilippe alongside Bruno Amirail towards the back of the bunch at present. Chile, one of the teams to have lost riders, and unfortunately not just the one. Mattia Trentin and Arvid de Kleiner, the 2 riders who weren't at the start line today, haven't been for a couple of days. So as we See Le Pont Jacques Chirac. Let's go and get a reaction from Niels Pollitt about what Mads Pedersen said about him.
Niels Pollitt, Niels, how are you feeling with these temperatures today? Is it better? Nice with some wet roads?
Oh, well, I hope the rain stops. So far the temperature is super nice, so after some hot days, yeah, it feels a little bit more fresh, it's good.
So Niels, I just had a word with Mads Pedersen. I asked him what was going on in the Gruppetto. Those videos that we've all seen from the onboard camera, it was something like this he was doing to you. What was it about?
He was saying like that when I start pulling like full gas, like that he hopes also sometimes that I stop like a duck, like on the road, like that I finish my work, and yeah, he was doing some jokes about it. It was quite fun. Was it fun in the Gruppetto? Because we also spoke with people suffering yesterday, but you had a good time. Oh, we had a good time. We had a good group. It was super nice in the Gruppetto yesterday, actually. Good luck today, Niels. Thank you very much. Words from Niels Pollitt. And Luke Maguire, his press officer, standing behind us. We got the thumbs up. I think it was all right.
How do you make a German's arms along shoulder?
Tell me.
I don't know, but make his shoulder.
A joke that's going to rumble on into today, and I would imagine through most of the climbs that are to come, because Niels Pollitt remains one of the most important lieutenants for Tadej Pogačar and the U8 team, Emirates XRG team. But some good humour being shared there between Mads Pedersen and Niels Pollitt. The pace, though, yesterday just set up by UAE team Emirates XRG, and listening to reaction about the performance from Tadej Pogačar yesterday when he picked up his third stage win of this tour to move him to 24 stage wins in his career. And I think the feeling is that this is yet another one of those tours where he's in full cannibal mode. You don't expect that we will get to the end of this Tour de France without Pogačar picking up at least another 2, possibly 3 stages, and that would take him to 6 for this tour, 27 in total, and put him just 8 away from the total amassed by Mark Cavendish of 35. All this for a man who is 27 years old. Well, it is a day today that is expected to be one for the sprinters, but the breakaway, depending on who gets into it, I'm sure will have a fair crack. Will it be another day for Baptiste Weithofer as we go past the Centre Omnisport de Vichy, created as options for lots of people from within the region to come and partake in a ton of different sports and try their hand at many of these sports, and try and improve those opportunities for French sportsmen and women to prepare for sports that perhaps they wouldn't necessarily have thought of trying, and sports which are Olympic sports. Joris Delboeuf of Total Energy, 26 years old today. And although he wouldn't have wanted rain on his birthday, I'm sure he will be happy with the reduction in temperature, and we saw that reflected in the words of both Niels Pollitt and Mads Pedersen as well. With 500 metres then to go until the Départ Réal on stage 11 of the Tour de France. As we reach the halfway point of this year's tour, time to hand over to our commentators, who are going to be Brian Smith and Declan Quigley.
Cheers, Jonathan. We'll be hearing from Jonathan a little later on in the broadcast. All has changed as we approach the halfway point of Tour de France 2026, stage 11. Christian Prudhomme getting set to send the riders on their way as they splash their way through Vichy. A bit of Vichy water in evidence here, and a pretty exercised start to the day. And are we necessarily expecting this? Well, you've got the likes of Mathieu van der Poel Kasper Asgreen and others that have loitered near the front of the bunch. So this could be an interesting start to the affair. A little bit of rain out there. That's tempered the pretty intense heat that the riders have experienced, and indeed which was in evidence earlier on today, with the temperature, the mercury rising to around about 34, 35 degrees Celsius. But this weather, this rain, while it's affecting the grip available on those tyres, well, it's certainly something that will help to relieve those temperatures ever so slightly. And I wonder how long of a scrap we're going to have for the breakaway on what is suspected to be nailed on a sprint finish, one for the sprinters. Another opportunity. They're rare enough in Tour de France 26. They had a tough old day yesterday trying to survive on what was an up and down, and ultimately a triumph of impressive proportions. A third of the race for Tadej Pogačar, an extended advantage in general classification for the yellow jersey. Another statement of intent, another beautiful stage victory for a man who just can't stop doing it. He's won multiple stage wins in his last 9 Grand Tours. What a remarkable achievement. He hasn't just won a stage in each of the last 9 Grand Tours, but he's won multiple stages in the last 9 Grand Tours, and that's records only eclipsed by Eddie Merckx. He did it 14 Grand Tours in a row. Maybe that's one that Tadej Pogačar will chase. He'll have more opportunities for stage glory as this race unfolds. We're not expecting it today, but what we are clearly expecting is an intense effort for the breakaway. Lots of chat ahead of this one that potentially we could have the likes of Kasper Asgreen trying to hoodwink the sprinters. Brian is watching with interest, or is it John? I think is available to accompany me in this early moments of this 11th stage. But the intense effort here is certainly something to behold, and not necessarily something that we expected.
No, it's been bit of a fight for the breakaway. I think with the weather, the way the whole parcours for the day, may be a chance for a few riders to see if they can go quite far. And we watched that neutral and we saw Asgreen with that aero helmet, and I think that gives you the big idea that there could be a fight for the breakaway, and a few riders are thinking, yeah, we've got a chance today.
Yeah, and then we heard the rumours that maybe the Alpecin Premier Tech squad would like to see if they could investigate their options in the breakaway. The likes of Mathieu van der Poel, already a stage winner in this race, trying to make it as easy as possible for Jasper Philipsen and the rest of the team, and find another way, because he's looked a little bit, by his standards, not really quite as impressive as he normally is. Well, who's going to win today's stage? You can imagine that there's plenty of expectation around Tim Merlier. And it's Moreno Moser sitting pretty at the moment and feeling pretty good about things. Well, after the Massif Central, it will be a sprint in Nevers, and I see Jasper Philipsen to take the win. Mathieu van der Poel is going really strong. He'll lead him out perfectly, and I see the rider from Alpecin Premier Tech first on the line. What's Jensi have to say? Biniam Girmay will win stage 11 of the Tour de France. He resisted the best from all the sprinters during the stage yesterday. He will be the freshest of all today. NSN Cycling will do a perfect lead out, and Biniam Girmay will win stage 11. Stage 11 will be won by Tim Merlier from Soudal Quick-Step. He suffered yesterday, but he already showed a few times that he's the fastest man in the bunch. Today he's going to have again the support of his teammates and will win his 3rd stage in this Tour de France. Tim Merlier, the man to beat. Well, Carl Fredrik Hagen is not the only person to think that Tim Merlier might win this one. Indeed, Alberto Contador is the only one bucking the trend there a little bit. It's almost a total consensus that Tim Merlier will gun for a 3rd victory in Tour de France 26. See how it plays out. Long way to go before we reach the conclusion of this one. 161.3 kilometres in total. An interesting finale, not particularly technical, but a few narrow roads, as Romain Bardet told us at the conclusion. They've got to cross a railway track in the last kilometre as well. A few little rights and lefts inside the final 1,100 metres. And if, as is currently forecast, we do have wet roads, well, that's going to make it a treacherous and challenging finale. It's going to be all about trying to stay upright, get the power in the pedals, get it onto the road, and try and put yourself in the right position. And of course, we've got some other little interruptions to the proceedings, some diversions to keep us amused along the way. The first of those is the 100% sur Sul sprint, with 133 and a bit kilometres to go, or put another way, 22.5 kilometres to go. Lulu's gone north, fancies his chances. We saw Julian Alaphilippe showing towards the front of the bunch. We don't often see that in the neutralised section, and here he is just north, and with thoughts of maybe just dragging a rider or riders clear. Is it obviously in Premier Tech, naturally enough, showing willing, and Soudal Quick-Step, John, are pretty keen to control here.
Yeah, I think the team's exactly like Soudal Quick-Step. They really just need to make sure that they have that opportunity for a bunch sprint today. And along with XDS Astana, also up there with numbers. I think 2 or 3 riders they're really happy with, and then they can go on from that point. So we get to hear from the Astana car.
The road is still wet there, so just caution with the wet roads. Stay out of trouble, no silly crashes, no risk.
Just the normal smart and intelligent crashes are the ones that are the only ones acceptable. I think they probably know the road is wet, but I suppose, yeah, it's always good to hear that everyone's focused, everyone's got the message, and you can see that rain in the distance. It's across the centre of France here. It's looming large in the distance and clearly going to play a role here. To be honest, it's been remarkably dry, this tour, to this point, and there have been very few stages, if any. I think there was a tiny little shower in Barcelona on day 2. Otherwise, they haven't had any precipitation whatsoever to deal with.
Only that one day when Torsten Trein was in the yellow jersey, remember, then he crashed, then he got caught in a massive rainstorm. So I think
yes,
he was just on Torsten behind him. The front of the race didn't get wet, but yeah, so isolated showers, especially in that region in the Pyrenees. But you're right, this is in some way a bit of relief. Yeah, a bit of relief for the riders, and I think they'll be happy when the roads dry up. But I think it's nice to have a cooler day.
And happy when the break goes, I would imagine, but that's not happened just yet as we take our leave of Vichy on the banks of the River Allier. They've been coming to take the waters in this part of the world for millennia at this point. It was the Romans in, I think, the year 52 first recognised the restorative properties of the local Vichy water, which has very high concentrated bicarbonate, so great for digestive properties, and that's how it was marketed actually as a product, Vichy water. It's world famous, isn't it? And of course Napoleon III in the mid-19th century, in the 1860s, decided that this was a destination to repair to, and for vacation purposes. They put a lot of money into developing the region, and of course, you know, everyone in France and further beyond decided to visit Vichy. But then, of course, it does have that sort of negative connotations around Vichy France and the government, the puppet government that was installed from 1940 through to the end of the Second World War, and it's a stigma I think they've been trying to shake off for quite a long time now. So it's great that we've visited Tour de France again. First time start town since 1952, one and only previous time that Vichy has played host to the Tour de France as a start town. That was back when Fausto Coppi, the Campionissimo, was in his pomp and in the yellow jersey. And speaking of jerseys, no sign of anyone significant at the front at the moment, but a couple of significant riders at the front. Headwind for the riders, but that's not preventing class of the order of Mathieu van der Poel and Valentin Paré-Pontre. They bring different particular skills and abilities to the game, but they're both two very classy riders, and both riders indeed who've won stages of Tour de France in the past. They're going to try and see what they can do about continuing that today. And I tell you what, one way or another, it looks like this is going to be a very, very strong breakaway, because there are some serious riders believe that this can happen. Now, when you look at the profile, up until about 2 or 3 years ago, you would have said absolutely guaranteed, nailed on bunch sprint. There are plenty of bunch sprinters that we've heard haven't yet managed to deliver a win in those 3 bunch sprints that we've had. It's 2 for Merlier, 1 for Olaf Koy, so that means everyone else has yet to get one. Mads Pedersen managed to get one from a breakaway the day before the first of the sprints, but otherwise it's been slim pickings, and it's only really the win that gets them excited. Yeah, positions in the top 10 are great, but well, there's nothing like getting your hands in the air, so sprinters have much to keep them amused, entertained and exercised, and they don't necessarily want to see a break of this class and calibre towed away by Mathieu van der Poel.
Yeah, it's interesting, the makeup here. So you really have the sprinter teams cancel each other out. You have Alpecin Premier Tech obviously with Philipsen, Soudal Quickstep with Merlier, so Parapantra isn't going to ride. NSN have sent a rider there. They are almost neutralising this. XGS Astana are there, and it's no surprise really that the team who having to do the chasing is Decathlon, CMA, CGM. They need this group back. This is a really battle between the sprinter teams now. Who has to ride? I really think Alpecin Premier Tech on a day like today, the previous sprint stages, they've looked to control the race. And then Philipsen hasn't been able to finish it off. So I think they've gone for the other tactic today. They want to put riders, try in the breakaway. We don't need to be controlling things and riding, and try and put the pressure all on Soudal Quickstep.
That one's neutralised, but they'll keep on pressing on the pedals. It's drawn tight, and after such a difficult day yesterday, I mean, it was a terrific stage. I was entertained start to finish. There was so much to absorb, so much to take in. Another stunning performance, 24th stage success for the great man that is Tadej Pogačar, an extended advantage in general classification. A little bit of change on the with the white jersey going onto the shoulders of Juan Ayuso, who I kind of half forgotten about actually in that finale yesterday. You didn't forget about him, neither too did Brian, and the Lidl Trek team, while they're leading the team competition. They've won that only once before in their history, quite a while ago indeed at this point, and so that's a minor consideration, but it's a signal, I think, of just the collective strength that they've got, and with Matthias Skjelmose and of course Juan Ayuso showing so well in yesterday's stage. It's propelled Ayuso up into 4th place overall in the lead of that young rider competition, albeit the man who got the podium, the only French rider so far actually to finish in the top 3 at a stage of 26 is Paul Sexas. Were he to win the stage, he'd be the youngest almost forever, and certainly were he to win that, or at least even lead that white jersey classification, he's now just 13 seconds down on Juan Ayuso. He would actually become the youngest rider ever to wear a classification jersey at Tour de France. So he's continuing to star, continuing to impress. Still 2 weeks to go, but Paul Sexas. Well, actually, we reached the halfway point, don't we, today? Halfway through this stage, I suppose, is one way of describing the halfway point of Tour de France. And I think there's a few riders in there. If you told them you're only halfway, they'd probably nearly climb off the bike at that moment. You can only think one day at a time.
Yeah, you really can. I think that once you get to that first rest day, you have you do a big block of it altogether, 9 stages with no rest day. You go through this rest day. This middle week is always quite tough on the riders. There's exactly as you described. If there's been crashes or you have that fatigue, and then suddenly in that final week, at least you can get closer. You can see Paris in the distance, or it's got a lot closer than it is, especially at this point.
You can imagine the Eiffel Tower. You can see it from the Alps,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
So up at the top of Alpe d'Huez, you've just got just about enough elevation to be able to see the Eiffel Tower and the Arc de Triomphe and everything else in the City of Light. That's a way to go before they reach that point, and still a little way to go before we reach the intermediate sprint. Mads Pedersen said he doesn't mind if the break goes all the way to the line and scoops the big points, but he doesn't necessarily want the intermediate sprints points to disappear, because somehow he seems to have the hex over the very best sprinters in this one at the intermediate sprint without necessarily being able to challenge at the finish line.
Yeah, maybe it's just that the timing. It's not as the lead out isn't as important in a way. It is really still important, but the fight isn't the same. It seems like riders are a bit more on their own, and that suits Pedersen's sprinting style. More man on man without those big lead outs. You see now a group of 4. They were kind of getting established. There was a bit of a pause at the peloton. But I think the one thing that's happening now is we get closer and closer to that sprint, and I think once it gets 8 kilometers until that sprint, then those teams really start thinking, well, we might as well try and get maximum points here, and then that means the breakaway won't be established until after the sprint point, and that comes at the 133k to go.
Anton Kramnik is determined to be in the sprint in the break today, as indeed is Julian Alaphilippe, and it looks like also seeing Nelson Oliveira in this move. Lebert from Total Energy. First of the Chateau to savour and consider. Still the early stages on stage 11. Meanwhile, down the laughing end is Derek G. West. We saw lots of him yesterday, but the Lidl Trek man kind of deserves a bit of a day off potentially after what was a really tough day out for so many riders, and he was very involved in helping to secure the points at that intermediate sprint for Mads Pedersen yesterday, and hounding everything down, controlling. Not currently up at the front, but no doubt the Lidl Trek squad have a plan, but they need to perhaps exercise it now across the sheen on the paint on those speed bumps there. Let's talk indeed about the paint on the road yesterday. Tom Pidcock had a typically Yorkshire, terse, direct to the point description of what he thought of that lime paint that they were putting down on the road surface to stop the tar from melting and to reduce the temperature, but it had the added effect of reducing the amount of grip available on that left-hander. He went down. Unfortunately, his teammate Chris Harper also going down, and Harper is out of the race. He had surgery on his left thumb yesterday, so the Melburnian is not going to be able to repeat his Grand Tour stage success from the Giro d'Italia a couple of years ago. He's out of the race. The Pinarello Q36 Pro Cycling team are down a man. But Tom Pidcock did manage to get up. He said he was okay. It might feel a little bit worse once he kind of stiffened up after the stage and the adrenaline had subsided, but seemed to get through it okay, and seemed actually to be quite satisfied yesterday after his performance in moving up 3 places on general classification. He's now in the top 10 in 10th position. Trying to put the block on there. There are plenty in this peloton that are satisfied with that break. 4 riders clear of the field. Kramnik from the Uno X squad, gurning and grimacing, and looks like Kofod are not entirely satisfied. They've managed to breach the wall, but are they going to be able to jog across this one? Because Mathis Lebert, Nelson Oliveira and Julian Alaphilippe are not easing up anytime soon. Well, they've got the word. Meanwhile, the UAEs are all present and correct, and indeed entirely satisfied. There's Juan Ayuso, nicely decked out now in the white jersey of a young rider. He's still a young man. And yes, if I did half expect yesterday for a little bit of the stage that Paul Sexas was going to move into the lead of that young rider competition, always mindful of the fact that Juan Ayuso is still very young.
Yeah, it looks like it's actually Liam Slock, our hero from the breakaway a few days ago, who's bridging across to the group of 4 from Lotto into Marseille. So, yeah,
good engine to have with you.
It is. Yeah, really good engine. If that's a group of 5, they can go quite far, hopefully, and that's exactly what they're thinking. Strong breakaway, actually. Nelson Oliveira always committed and strong. Antoine Charmig the same. So a good group of 5. and a hard group of 5 to control.
Gaps out to 41 seconds for our quartet up front, not yet fully established. Looks like the peloton are relatively comfortable with this situation, and potentially there's a rider coming across as Liam Slock tries to get involved at the front. Meanwhile, Josh Tarling, the time trial superstar that he is, shouldn't have too much difficulty getting back on, but he didn't seem to get any assistance there, so was he just attending to a little
some
bit
air out of his tyres. He was just
for the weather.
For the weather, yeah, for the wet roads. Maybe just knocking a bit, started with dry pressure in the tyres, or maybe had wet pressure and thought, oh, maybe I'll take a little bit more.
Again, for the uninitiated, how does it help, and how much pressure difference is he looking for there?
Yeah, so depending on the riders, so you work out the rider weight, and then the material experts figure it out. Obviously, it needs to not affect rolling resistance, but in the simplest term, lower pressure means more grip, mostly, to a point, until it's really low. Then of course you have way less grip. But when you have lower pressure, then you have more tire on the floor, in the corners, and a lot of riders just feel a lot more comfortable with that little bit less pressure in the tires. And I think that's what Josh was just doing. I think maybe that back end had slipped out a couple of times, and he just took some pressure out.
Pressures are so much lower these days than they were. I mean, there's so much extra detailed research has gone into this, and the rolling resistance gains that you've actually got by running lower pressures runs counterintuitive to everything that we were taught growing up. But it's that's the knowledge that has now percolated into the peloton, and the scientists have decided, I mean, often around about, what, 60, 65 psi, that kind of thing for these riders?
Yeah, around that 4 bar, 4.1, maybe a little bit less in the wet. Normally, 0.2 of a bar less is the usual standard.
Josh Tarling's been able to take a little bit out and knew exactly what he was doing by just a little flick. Let's hear from Romain Bardet. He's on the bike.
Quite an interesting start coming from Vichy. We are there on the wet roads. I think it's the first time it was raining this morning since quite a while, since the heat wave in France. So the roads were quite slippery. I went also for a ride this morning, and there is this fine line on the tarmac that makes it really slippery. We already saw quite a few riders stopping to put a bit less pressure in the tires. It was really interesting because the dynamic also. We saw guys like Mathieu van der Poel going in the front. On the paper it was a purely sprint stage, but we saw the race developed yesterday, like the guys that were suited to this kind of mid-mountain stage. Now with UAE pulling and controlling the race and also this kind of terrain, that makes the chance for the riders who want to go to the attack harder on that day, and they try to take also their chance on some flattish stage like we have today. Back to the commentators.
Yeah, Josh Tarling not the only one trying to adjust pressures and get himself as comfortable a ride as he can possibly get. An uncomfortable ride at the moment for Liam Slock. A bit of chasse patate about this one. They don't want to let him in. Maybe they feel that he's just too much of a threat, and if they are going to the line, he's potentially going to be one that would take it away from him. Carlos Verona, maybe not the last rider to encounter an issue with his... I mean, has he got a puncture, or maybe he's looking for a pressure change?
I think it was a puncture. The mechanic was getting out with the wheel and the drill. Taking his time to stop Verona there. You saw the car door of the mechanic open for quite a while, thinking the car was going to stop. But, finally Verona comes to a stop, and then the mechanic can get to work.
Yeah, you need total belief and understanding with the team, with the driver, don't you? The mechanic getting out, and we've seen many a mishap over the years. Mechanics ending up in ditches. Yeah.
It's not actually. That was a real example that the UCI changed the rules. That's really against the rules now. You have to. The mechanics we've seen in a few races, they end up with a yellow card or a warning for doing exactly that. You have to be completely stopped until you open the door.
Now, 4 up front. Liam Slock is a further distance now, back to 43 seconds. He's continuing to maintain an advantage of almost a minute over that peloton. His advantage is going up, of course, to the peloton, but, you know, clearly, well, I won't say they've exactly pulled the pin and they're going to give them too much time. It seems to me as if they've already settled into the chase. So, is there an opportunity for that quartet to let Liam Slock in, and should they have done?
No. Unfortunately, there isn't a time now. You can't sit up and give away 40 seconds because you give away 40 seconds to the peloton. I think if he got there, then they're happy. Maybe they would have knocked it off a little bit, but already the chase has begun. The peloton are trying to control things, and at this point, I think with even, I know it's only 130k to go, in some ways quite a short stage. So I think the 4 out front have made the decision. They just need to keep riding at their tempo now, settle in, and they really can't afford to wait for Slock.
6 stage victories in his career. What can Julian Alaphilippe achieve today with this merry band of ad hoc team time trialists? Harmig clearly in good form, the Danish rider. They understood would be detailed to assist were it required. Søren Ehrenskjold, well, he crashed yesterday. He was last man in, just, well, very much with really the gruppetto of riders that included Tim Merlier, who we saw suffering from the very earliest stages, moments of yesterday's stage. Mads Pedersen, by contrast, was absolutely flying on the early climbs and scooped the points that he needed. Maximum haul of points available, the way things are going for Mads Pedersen. I think it's 10 points it's going to be. The first 5 positions takes us down to 12 points. So the points from that breakaway, we've got 4 up front, and Liam Slock still dangling in between. The way things are going, they're going to scoop the top points, but nonetheless, there's something to sprint for here. There's a long way to go to the finish line after it, so it would be a surprise if all the green jersey contenders don't get involved in this one.
Oh, they're going to be competing for sure behind, but even the 6th place is still worth the points. I think at that point then, that's the question. What's going to happen then? Is there going to be a bit of a hesitation and this breakaway is allowed to go maybe a little bit further? But what I can see, it's XGS Astana, Soudal Quickstep and NSN with George Bennett, who's third wheel at the moment. So those are the 3 teams that have really taken the race on, which is what I thought would happen. I don't think Alpecin Premier Tech will really get involved with chasing and controlling today. I think they try and sit back a bit, maybe take the pressure off Philipsen and go all in for that final lead out.
Well, they've signalled that they were interested in getting the break. It hasn't worked out for them, but they are, going to try and find a way to get Jasper Philipsen into a slightly better position. He's a couple of 5th place finishes and a 4th place from the sprints. We saw a little bit of irritation, dissatisfaction, a little bit of anxiety. Very unusual thing. Worry to not score a victory in a Grand Tour. He's done that consistently. Indeed, I think it'd be the first time he hasn't achieved it since 2021, if it is to happen this year. There are plenty of opportunities. These riders are continuing to get their skates on and push on. They're not gaining on the peloton at the moment. They're setting a fairly steady, fast tempo at the moment because they know that they're winding up for a sprint behind. Slock, you feel, is probably hoping against hope that there is a sort of a decent stall after the intermediate sprint, and that maybe there might be an opportunity to sort of grind his way into contention with these riders, but there could be a forlorn hope. We'll see how it plays out. 10 points on offer for the main peloton behind. For these riders, no interest in that intermediate sprints, or at least the points competition, the competition for that green jersey, led by Mads Pedersen. 54 points of a lead, 25 on offer for the first rider over the line from the breakaway. So he'll continue to lead this competition tonight one way or another. Biniam Girmay sits in 2nd place. We'll be looking for an opportunity, and he's got the NSNs lined up in front. The Lidl Trek also taking their cue, and Singleton riders, 3 riders chasing and setting this one up ahead of the sprint to come, and it won't be long before we see those bunch of riders, the peloton, the main peloton of riders coming behind. Slock continues to lose time. under the kite ahead of the intermediate sprint. Has he pulled the pen? He's looking a bit straight-armed and on the drops here, but it looks to me as if he's continuing to press on a little bit, if not entirely committed to this one. So I think it's going backwards for Liam Slock. Disappointing for Slock after his so impressive as he was. A lot of Intermarché, Matt.
You just
up
saw
the
that
road.
Oliveira just lose the back wheel there.
I didn't. I looked down at my notes. Really,
a little slide out. Just see that greasy road through the town. Yeah, maybe just on the radio now, asking what pressure he's got in, and that just doesn't do much for the confidence.
No.
Just started pedaling a little bit too early. You can see now, just gingerly around these corners.
And when the confidence goes like that, you know, even if there's more grip available, you've got to have confidence, don't you, to really explore the maximum adhesion to the road. Let's get going for this one, and it looks as if Labert fancies getting the maximum out of the day. And for the Total Energy squad, he claims bragging rights and the honour of France. The 25-year-old Labert scoops the 25. Now, that was all fascinating. What's happening behind? Because Liam Slock is not, I don't think, going to be absorbed in time for this sprint behind. Again, not a full-blooded contest. Not a contest at all, really. Labert scoops the maximum ahead of Oliveira, Alaphilippe, Kramnik. Meanwhile, Slock is clearly resigned to his fate.
Yeah, that was done. Unfortunately, just a little bit too late for Slock. Yeah, he couldn't get out, couldn't bridge across and jump across, and it's a shame for that breakaway. I think they would have really liked to have one more rider there, and Slock would have been an added benefit, but at that point he just came over a little bit too late, and unfortunately.
I mean, was there a moment there when he got to about 15 seconds where they could have chanced to let him in?
No, I don't.
Just too dangerous. Let's look at the little tracks, getting it wound up very nicely indeed. Mats Pedersen is presented and escorted into position by Quinn Simmons, Vatsek and the rest. But a little bit of a danger here that he could be challenged by Philipsen and Canter. But indeed, I think Philipsen is going to take the 10, so that will no doubt do him good in terms of his morale. And Canter indeed also coming in ahead of the green jersey, who doesn't leak too much in the way of points. Lost 4 points there to Jasper Philipsen, and Max Canter further behind in that points competition. Started the day 81 points down on Mats Pedersen. Jasper Philipsen started the day 68 points down, so no great issue there. Biniam Girmay, many people's favourite for stage honours today, not able to get involved in this one, but a long way to go, and a completely different sprint in prospect at the end. Now, what can we expect to follow? Are we going to see the same teams setting up on the front? The sprinters have had their fun. The Astana and NSN squads and the Lidl Trek all crowd around their sprinters to get a report on how they feel that one went. But they're not delaying in continuing the chase to our quartet up front in the early stages of stage 11. And for the riders up front now, hopefully, a little bit of breathing space. And they'll feel they need, well, maximum advantage. See, we've got 2 climbs along the way today as well. They're both category 4, so just a single point on offer. And no threat or challenge to the lead of that competition, currently held by Tadej Pogačar, is likely to ensue. Nothing of great significance for them from this one. Liam Slock back in the fold. Brave effort.
Come back to the bench. We need you in the sprint.
it was a folly, no value. So they've decided to, and that clearly that message recorded quite a while ago.
Yeah, just before that sprint that would have come over to Slock, we could see ourselves, couldn't we, that the Belgian had decided all was said and done, and he needs to come back and support for the sprint later on.
Inside 1:30 to go. There's confirmation of the order at the intermediate sprint. Lebert taking the maximum ahead of Oliver, Alaphilippe, Karmig, Slock in the Chasse-Patat position, scoops the 12, and it's Philipsen that gets bragging rights among the sprinters. Just single point gaps between them lower down the order, so no real issue there for Mads Pedersen. He remains in a commanding position in the battle for the green jersey. Brian Smith's been watching with interest as well, and how this has unfolded, and surprised to see such an entertaining and energetic start to the stage with some significant riders trying to get into the break.
I don't think I was surprised. You know, we heard it about Alpecin, Premier Tech. You know, they've possibly, well, they've got the best lead out in the Tour de France this year. It's just Philipsen isn't firing at the moment. But they wanted to put a little bit more pressure on Soudal by putting someone in the breakaway. Soudal and Alpecin were the only two teams riding on the sprint stages, but now we see Astana and NSN prepared to ride, so that possibly, you know, kind of backfires on kind of Alpecin Premier Tech. They were hoping that there was more pressure on Soudal. Of course, they wanted to have a rider in this breakaway today. They failed to do it, so we've got the 4 riders here. Many of them, or all of them, well down in the general classification. The interest for me was the Liam Slock situation there. I know we heard from the radio that, you know, they want him because he wasn't getting across there to wait for Hubarts and, you know, help with the lead out of the sprint, but I was listening to you guys talking. I don't think the breakaway wanted him there. He got very close, and there could have been a moment of kind of slight hesitation. Get another rider there, another strong rider. I think it's what the riders are thinking in the breakaway is what he did the other day could possibly happen again today. And they thought he was more of a rival than a foe. So I don't think they really wanted him there, because there could have been a slight hesitation, get him on and then go for it again. And I don't think the peloton would have been too worried about that situation.
Yeah, yes. He both inspired them and caused fear. Karmig up front now, settling into the fight. Meanwhile, behind the Astana squad, putting a rider into the chase. They've produced some impressive performances so far, and increasing confidence, I think, elevated confidence for their man Max Canter, who's had second place finish. Can he go one better?
This is the king of the mountains. Karmig just took the 1 point at the top there.
Oh, just 2 points available today, so no threat there. I wonder how Tom Pidcock's feeling. As I mentioned earlier, he didn't much like that paint on the road, but finding friends to chat to.
Radio either today. It's left. Got the radio out of his left ear straight away.
Doesn't need all that noise and distraction.
No. Yeah, you never know. Sometimes it's quite common. Someone has a sticky button and you're listening to nothing for ages. So yeah,
is that paint that he was grumpy about yesterday, and sort of understandably, I mean, is that going to become an issue in Tour de France? Is that something that we're going to encounter? I mean, I'm not sure how sort of privy you are to the Board of Works planning in the mountains, in the various different mountain ranges of Tour de France, but is that something they need to be thinking about?
Yeah, possibly. I think, yeah, if it catches out Pidcock, I think it's definitely an issue, like at a tension point for the whole race. But also, it would be good to understand now or tomorrow how the crash really happened. I think Tom similar how we talked a few days about Remco Evenepoel. He says what he thinks straight away, so that's what seems to be the common way with Tom.
Let's hear from Juan Ayuso, 5th across the line yesterday. He's 4th overall and leading the young rider competition.
Juan, esta camiseta de la selección.
Juan, you're wearing the Spanish jersey. Tell us how, when you watched the game yesterday. I saw it from further away when we were at dinner, so I didn't see much of it, but I tried to follow it a bit. And during the rest day, I was making jokes with Danny Miranda, a journalist from AS. I said it like this, you know, that if we won, I would take the start with the jersey and the Spanish flag. So I had to respect my promise. I'm pretty happy that Spain is making it to the final of the World Cup. I hope that next Sunday we can all vibrate with them and hopefully get the victory. Are you going to wear it to tease your French friends in the bunch? I think it's best if I take it off now in order not to offend anyone. I don't wear it to bother anyone. I wear it for the joke and in a way to honour a bit what we are doing in the World Cup. Who would you like best to face in the final? Argentina or England? Oh, I think it would be nice to play against Messi, but it would be nice to win against England. I don't think we will watch the game, but either way, it will be a nice final. No rest, but yes. Glory for Spain. Disappointment, crushing disappointment indeed for the host nation here in France. And a few eyes and attention diverted away from the Tour de France, albeit briefly, at the evening's fair. The semi-final to come tonight. Will Tom Pidcock be grumpy or happy tomorrow? So Soudal Quick-Step set up on the front of the peloton, and it looks like a pretty brisk pace as they move their way through that feed zone there, out over the rolling fields of the centre of France. We're in pretty much the dead centre of France, you might say. Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, heading to Nevers today, the Nièvre department of Bourgogne-Franche-Comté. Peaceful part of the world, and it's sort of nudging up against the Massif Central, albeit we're not really looking at any climbs. Up and over the first one already, barely noticed it. Well, I barely noticed it. Second and final climb today is just 1,400 meters long at 5%, and it comes, well, the top will be reached fully 38 kilometers from the line, so unlikely to play any role in the proceedings. Or is it a potential launching pad for something a little bit dangerous and different from this peloton that refuses to accept the usual patterns of behavior? All sorts of different forms here. And oddly enough, for Tour de France 2026, not so much opportunity to farm the solar rays today. Are they settling it? I mean, Brian, 1.5 minutes, is that all they're getting?
They might get a little bit more, but you know, that's a kind of statement of intent. That's what they do. The break establishes itself, and the peloton say, well, this is what you're going to get. They don't want to make any mistakes whatsoever. It came very, very close with Liam Schlock the other day, and it was from 10 to 6 on that kind of slight uphill drag in towards the finish there that he lost the majority of his time, and otherwise, you know, he would have gone a lot closer. But you know, with the 4 riders in the breakaway, with Astana now preparing to help, and NSN, and notably Alpecin, Premier Tech have decided, well, you know, they're a sprinter. Philipsen, who's at the car there, well, he ain't winning, so we ain't riding. So, you know, they tried to get themselves in the breakaway to put themselves in that situation. A man in the breakaway, Soudal ride, but what they didn't think about is the fact that Astana and NSN would ride. So this is the first time they've actually kind of ridden at the front for a sprint stage. So it looks like a Alpecin Premier Tech are just going to sit back there. And of course, we hear this throughout the peloton, that you have to earn the right to fight. So I think towards the back end, we might see Alpecin put a rider up there, but for the moment, no. They're like almost going to stick in two fingers up to the rest of the peloton, saying, well, we might have a fast man, he's not firing on all cylinders, but we're not prepared to ride at all.
Keep extra resource there for when they need it, as indeed will the GC riders. Fascinating battle yesterday.
But that's the thing,
glorious.
Declan, they haven't needed it. Philipsen is the perfect lead out twice already. You know what I mean? They don't need it. The extra manpower come then, because they're delivering Philipsen almost perfectly. It's just he's not firing. So I think it's on the back of that they're deciding that they're not prepared to ride.
Great slow-mo. Great stage yesterday, and Tadej Pogačar now enjoys a lead of 3 minutes and 36 seconds over Jonas Vingegaard. It's the biggest gap between first and second on general classification after 10 stages of the Tour since 2001. Francois Simon led Andrei Kubelev by 11 minutes and 54 seconds back in 01, but still a while ago, isn't it? 25 years. It's a signal of the dominance that Tadej Pogačar is enjoying in this era of slightly more condensed gaps between the riders, generally speaking. But yeah, he bucks the trend there a little bit as well. Does Tadej Pogačar. Another glorious success for Jonas Vingegaard. Wasn't too stressed yesterday about losing a bit of time.
I think it could have been more. I really do think it could be more, because they were trying to nurse Del Toro at the time, and I think, you know, I said in the commentary, the climb previously to where he went, they thought, you know, they're trying to kind of set him up, and then Decathlon came to the front. I think what they were trying to do, and it's evident afterwards, hindsight's a great thing, but they're trying to nurse Del Toro. They wanted him to stay in the white jersey and stay in contention. Del Toro wasn't in a good day yesterday, and that's why Pogačar left it late in the day. I think he would have gone a little bit earlier and opened up more of a gap. And then the dynamic of Lipovic and Evenepoel was still there. I don't think they know what's happening in that final yesterday. It was crazy what they were trying to do. And as I said in commentary as well, Vingegaard's second place is up for grabs.
Yeah, certainly a big gap. A big battle indeed is developing between the riders immediately behind Tadej Pogačar. The current situation, 3:36 back, but between Jonas Vingegaard and the second place, and Remco Evenepoel is up to third place, just 30 seconds between them. Juan Ayuso is just 46 seconds behind Jonas Vingegaard. Less than a minute as well for Paul Sexas. He's 59 seconds down on second place, sitting in fifth place overall at 19 years of age. Still thereabouts, as indeed is Florian Lipovic. So two Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe riders within a minute of second place. The battle seems to be for second place. Doesn't sound too exciting, but I tell you what, it's going to rage all the way to Paris, and you'd never know how things play out. Can always be an opportunity for something even a little bit better than that. The wind is raising the Guanado, so plenty of representation from Brittany in this part of France, in Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes. So we make our way towards Bourgogne-Franche-Comté from one region to another. We've managed to, at this point, depart Vichy. Just the second time, as I mentioned earlier on, that the town of Vichy is playing host to Tour de France. A remarkable gap, actually, a remarkable gulf that it took until 1952, and then that it's taken since then. I mean, on several occasions the races passed through Vichy, but never a start or finish down since 1952. And back then it was a time trial. Bennett on the front, settling in for the long haul. New Zealand National Road Race champion. And the gap is, I mean, it's definitely a bit of an intense effort there from George Bennett, isn't it? And as you can see, the gap is being controlled, and they're keeping them on a very, very tight leash at the moment. Just 1 minute, just 1.25 minutes. Elson Oliveira settling in for the long haul. A quartet racing a road race stage. Julian Alaphilippe, twice a former world champion and of course 6 times stage winner in Tour de France. And we're under 23 world road race champion Anton Kharmig in here. Now let's savour the history of Tour de France, 1952, when it visited Vichy. Well, by the penultimate day of the Tour in 1952, Fausto Coppi had all but secured overall victory, leading by nearly 32 minutes. And the 63-kilometre time trial between Clermont-Ferrand and Vichy was a simple formality for the Italian. He could afford to finish 14th on the day. Pressure was on, though, for Jean Robic. The Frenchman was 3rd overall and looking to stay on the podium, but the time trial was a weak point for this excellent climber. He finished over 5 minutes down on the winner and slipped to 5th. Stan Ockers, on the other hand, got the job done. 2nd overall, the Belgian came 2nd in the time trial, just 2 seconds behind the winner, Fiorenzo Magni. Despite a late puncture, Coppi's teammate secured another stage win for Italy. It was his 2nd of the 1952 edition and the 5th of his career. Well, Vichy was also the start town of the following day's stage to Paris. A modest 354 kilometres they had to cover in that stage. A final day of fully 11.5 hours, so the riders had to find ways to keep themselves entertained. Be frowned upon there. Nice formation riding, but the racing finally got underway on the approach to Paris with a small group of 10 riders going clear. Frenchman Antonin Rollin, who's still with us, by the way, he won the final sprint, securing his first stage win at the Tour de France. And Fausto Coppi sealed his 2nd Tour victory after 1949, 2 months after conquering the Giro d'Italia. It was his final Tour appearance as a rider, and 2nd place was enough to satisfy Stan Ockers. That was Tour de France 1952, the 2nd and final win for Fausto Coppi. And just the last time that Vichy has appeared in this event. I've set up in pursuit. Tim Merlier, happy enough in the wheels and happy enough to pick up commentary from this point is Jonathan Harris-Bass. He's in position and looking forward to the next phase.
Thank you very much, Declan. Tadej Pogačar looking ominous, as he has done throughout this Tour de France. There's an inevitability about his performance so far. And Brian, Tadej Pogačar has a habit of raking in numerous stage wins in a Tour, and he's certainly looking as though he's going to emulate some of his best performances so far. It's hard to see him not winning another 2, possibly even 3 stages.
Yeah, he had some booze. I never heard it, but he had some booze at the finish yesterday, and I can understand why people might not like someone dominating. I hope it's that they're booing for and nothing else. No suspicion of anything else. But he's just an anomaly. He's just an incredible athlete. And I was just talking with Declan and John just a little bit earlier on. It's he did leave it a little bit late yesterday. They were trying to kind of nurse Del Toro a little bit more yesterday. They wanted to keep him in white, and he clearly wasn't on a good day. I think he would have gone on the climb previously, but I still think the stage was entertaining. I thought what Carapaz did, that's a difficulty, and I think more riders have to take a leaf out the Ecuadorians' book, because when a team's riding on the front like that, and when you're in the peloton, you feel as if, right, you know how the script's going to go, but I tell you what, I've got a job to do and I want to try and win the stage. And what he did yesterday, what I think was tremendous. He went out there, former Olympic champion, he went out there with maybe a small % a chance of winning, but he went out there and raced, and I think a lot of riders should take a leaf out of his book.
Completely agree. It's what we need to see. We need to see gutsier riding. And riders, I mean, we often talk about it in cycling on the Tour de France and other Grand Tours. You've got to be prepared to lose to win sometimes. And all of the rest of the peloton at the moment, if you set out your stall every single day to being what's Tadej Pogacar going to do, what's UAE Team Emirates XRG going to do, then you're putting yourself immediately on the back foot.
It's always the fear of failing. That's what it is. It rips throughout the whole peloton. You know, that lack of confidence. There's loads of people in the peloton. You always question your ability and your confidence. You know who you're up against. The chances of you winning are very slim. The chances of the breakaway staying away today are very slim. The chances of Liam Slock winning another day was very slim. But you know, he got close. Carapaz got close enough. I think he was hoping to maybe get over the top of that climb, maybe try and stay with Pogacar, but he was caught, swept to the side and dispensed with very, very quickly. But I just think that Pogacar, well, he's definitely a character, and I think that every time he gets beaten, he wants to go back to that place and win. It's the same. He's won Milan-San Remo now. He said he won't be back, and I don't think he will. Well, we still got a day with, and it might be a few days with Paris-Roubaix. Everybody knows about the history of that stage finish yesterday. He wanted to go back and dominate. He doesn't have to do it. You know, he could have let the breakaway go yesterday, and of course still gained the same time with the GC battle, 2 races in 1. I think that's what people are just a little bit annoyed about. But I think we've said it a few days now that if the guys are, you know, the other teams are going to race against each other, and then all of a sudden halfway through the stage, John, you know, the breakaway is not that far down the road. I tell you what they're going to do. They're going to just like, okay, thanks, you know, thanks for the present. We're going to go up and do the job now. I said yesterday the only way to stop that is, okay, there's 3 teams, UAE, Visma and Red Bull. But there's another 20 teams. Just pick your rider for the stage and just all agree at the start. All 20 riders, 1 rider each, just go down the roads and ride through and off the whole way. There's no way that, you know, Pogacar's team of UAE Team Emirates can control that. But it's the fact that, and that's never going to happen, you know what I mean? Never going to happen in a million years. But that's the only way that you can beat the whole UAE team. What we had yesterday was 31 riders. They weren't all riding with each other. They're riding against each other, fighting with each other. The racing went on. The only way that the breakaway was going to have some success yesterday if the breakaway went quickly, and it didn't. And it always happens in tour stages. The break doesn't go away quickly because they're all fighting to get in it, and it's very close in the end, and UAE have got an easier job.
Tadej Pogacar in a conversation with Tom Pidcock. You're watching stage 11 of the Tour de France. 161.3 kilometre stage between Vichy and Nevers. And the riders are, well, moving at quite a pace along what is a largely flat stage today. Still just under 110 kilometres left to go. The lead of the 4 breakaway riders is 1 minute and 9 seconds. Those riders are Mathis Lebeur, Nelson Oliveira, Anton Chamik and Julien Alaphilippe. Average speed has been swift in today's stage, and there was a lot of jockeying for position in the run into the intermediate sprint that took place today, and we saw a good showing from Jasper Philipsen and Max Kanter. Both will be very happy with their sprints, overcoming Mads Pedersen. Mathieu van der Poel was involved early on. He's in conversation now with Nils Pollitt, who was down at the start today. We saw him being interviewed after Mads Pedersen. Do you think they're talking about arm length? I think they might be talking about arm length. Because
I think both of them look as if they've got quite long arms, don't they?
They're certainly blessed in that respect. Mads Pedersen wishes Niels Pollitt wasn't, certainly. So a slightly cooler day on the tour. We had a little bit of rain at the beginning. That has now abated. So the road surfaces here certainly looking better than the ones early on in the day. And they're making the most of these weather conditions, and also a quick day. Yeah, just in reply to our discussion a little earlier, as we see Matteo Jorgensen, about Tadej Pogacar and the supposed boos that he heard as he headed up towards the line. Interestingly, he said, they just fuel me to do better. But second of all, I know L'Équipe have been writing several articles about Tadej Pogacar, and one of them, I think, that was published either yesterday or today, was questioning a lot of journalists associated in the peloton from various different nations about, is Tadej Pogacar good for the sport? And I think this is a question that's been being asked by a lot of people, and I think one which, personally, I think the answer is pretty simple. Yes, he is. You want superstars in a sport. I remember a number of years ago having a really interesting conversation with Arvind Palmer, former British tennis player turned commentator on TNT Sports. We were discussing the future of Roger Federer and Novak Djokovic and Andy Murray and Rafa Nadal, and he just said, people who dislike the fact that these players are always getting through to the semi-finals and the finals of tournaments are forgetting that when they're gone, this sport could potentially be in crisis. Now, they've been really lucky. They've had Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz come through in the men's game. But those rivalries make a sport. Tadej Pogacar coming out and dominating the sport, but having a rivalry with Jonas Vingegaard, that's fantastic for the sport. And Tadej Pogacar is one of the reasons that we see so many people coming to watch cycling on all of the races that he enters. And so, well, this is a personal point of view, Brian, but I just think there is no argument to say that he is anything but good for the sport.
I think he pushes everybody. Like you say, I think, you know, we heard that Vingegaard thought about maybe stepping away because he knew what he had to do. Vingegaard has to really kind of focus, spend time away from his family, live at altitude, and that's a lot of time. And we know that Vingegaard is very much a family person. He does everything for his family. He wants his family round about him, and as a pro sportsman, that's not always the case. It's a lot of time away from home and a lot of sacrifices, and it's the same for everybody. But I think one of the most entertaining races that we've had this year was Paris-Roubaix. Wout van Aert beat Pogacar, and it's that pushing the boundaries, pushing everybody to perform. Yeah, it must be very difficult for Vingegaard when he's up against someone like that. And he has to dig deep. He has to go to places that he hasn't gone before. That, you know, the training is much harder, all this sort of stuff. I was talking to someone last night who is a triathlete, and I was kind of fitting him to his tri bike, his new tri bike, and things like that. And he said he doesn't drink. All what he does love is the training, and I was like, oh wow, because not everybody loves that side of the sport. They love the racing, you know, they like to enjoy themselves at the same time, but it's the training it's the hard part. And to hear someone saying they just love they love to train. Okay, he's fit as a fiddle, but he, you know, that's what you have to be. That mentality is love your job, and it is a job. And it's not everybody. I would say there's a lot of people listening, John, that do not love their job. I love my job, doing, you know, working in cycling. I absolutely adore what I do, absolutely, and I'm focusing on this, and I'm very, very privileged. But there's a lot of people just do their job, and that's what they do. They just do their job every day. They don't enjoy it. They just work maybe 9 to 5, and you know, they enjoy themselves at the weekend, and come they get the Monday blues and things like that. But you have to really enjoy it. And to hear Vingegaard thinking about stepping away, because clearly he wasn't enjoying it. His job is to try and win the Tour de France. He won it twice, and then Pogacar decided, right, I'm going to step things up. I'm going to make sure I win this. And he's in a situation. And I don't... Looking at the performance over the Tourmalet and then looking at performance yesterday, I really do think that he is not solid in second place at the moment. He is in a race, but I have to say with Pogacar there, every race that he's in, he pushes everybody. But then again, when I say that, the reaction yesterday when he eventually attacked, everybody knew there was no reaction whatsoever behind. And you hear, we talk to a lot of the riders. Yeah, that was hard. Maybe not for Pogacar. He makes it look easy, all this sort of stuff. But if I was racing now, it would really kind of push me to try and get to that level, because he's pushing about. He's pushing the levels of cycling. That's why we're seeing so many records broken. And you know, Pogacar wants it all. You cannot stop a man from not trying to win a bike race. But like I said a few moments ago, it's the other teams that are kind of almost presenting it and always kind of helping him to win these stages. But yeah, he just wants to win, and he's winning. He's dominant, and like you say, he may win a few more stages. But I wouldn't say yesterday's stage wasn't entertaining, because I thought it was a good stage.
It was a great stage, and as you touch on there, Brian, Jonas Vingegaard is no longer solid in second place, and actually that battle for second place looks as though it could be hugely entertaining. And I think an enormous amount of that is going to be the mental impact on Jonas Vingegaard coming to this tour feeling that he might be the equal of Tadej Pogacar, or only just behind him. We'll have more of that in just a moment's time.
The crash, and are you fit for today's stage?
Yeah, we will see. We'll just try to get it going, and yeah, I'm looking forward to see how the body is, and I hope it's okay.
What's the worst consequence you had? The worst consequence you had in your body, the pain you're feeling?
The fingers is actually the worst, so I think it's a lot of nerves there. So I can bend them quite okay now, but it hurts a bit. So and I need my brakes. so we will see. But I think I was quite lucky, but also unlucky that the corner was so slippery, because it was the same as a lot of other guys that left hairpin there. So yeah.
So you will see how it goes during the stage. You don't have a plan in your mind. You're not sure you're gonna go it for the sprint.
I think I will do it, but if it starts raining in the final, I think yeah, I will see how I feel, and then if it's worth the risk, because there are a couple of corners there before the last kilometer that I think if it rains, it's a big chance for a crash.
Thank you so much. Best of luck.
Well, that interview just demonstrating, Brian, the impact the crash can have on a rider, and just make someone like Søren Van Schaal doubt how he's going to go for a sprint today.
I'm thinking now he's talking about it, but I think in the moment we'll see him up there towards the end. As you know, John, adrenaline is a big positive when it comes to you put someone through the kind of hurt locker yesterday. Even in Tim Merlier, you know, he lost a lot of time. One of the last to finish, Warren's call was the last to finish. But I don't care. I've been in situations where you drag these guys to the finish, and there's always that was a bit of a shower, wasn't it? It's like a punch in the face. But you drag these guys to the finish, and you dangle that carrot of a potential stage win, and that pain in the fingers or anything like that is what's happened yesterday. It just goes away, and they totally dial into it. Of course, you're going to worry about rain and the corners at the end, and nobody wants to crash. But at the same time, once you get kind of wound up, once you're into the race, and we heard from Gabi Rasch, he's the sports director there of Uno X, that yeah, he's going to be a little bit stiff, but having been in the race, I got 17 stitches in my elbow after a crash, and the next day, yes, there was a bit of pain there, but when I get into it, yeah, I was leading the King of the Mountains in the race, and I wanted to gain more points. I was climbing and I never really felt it. because that the adrenaline kicks in and pushes the pain away. So I think Warrenskoy will be okay. But there's a lot of riders that are kind of really suffering in this race. Yes, a lot of them are suffering in the temperatures. Now it's cooled down a little bit. We had that little bit of rain. We didn't have any spills at all. With Nelson Oliveira, the back wheel went a little bit for Movistar, the rider on the breakaway. It looks dry. There could be thunderstorms a bit later on. But let's see. But once you get into the rhythm, and once the sprint starts, that adrenaline rush that you get at the end, I'm pretty sure that Warrenskoy will be in the mix towards the finish today again.
Just back to discussion about Jonas Vingegaard and second place. I just wondered, you mentioned that he's now no longer nailed on for that. Yeah, he's currently safe in second place, but just the performance yesterday where he lost further time. I just wonder, how much of that do you think is mental with him?
I think he's experienced enough. He can go deep. I think we saw the crash that he had in Azulia yesterday in the show at the start, and then for him to come back, he came back very, very quickly. That was almost kind of life-threatening injuries that he had. That was a significant crash he had in the Basque Country. And to come back that quick and perform the way that he did in the Tour de France was very, very admirable. But to get where he has to be, I've talked to so many kind of Grand Tour GC guys, and that's the biggest thing that they always talk about: the sacrifice, the time away from family, the training. Listening to Pogacar when he's training, he's doing his own tour. He loves it. He loves his training, and I'm not sure that Vingegaard I've not heard an interview where he loves that side of things. He seems to kind of speak always about his family and spending time with his family. His family's his motivator. When he wins stages of any races, he kisses these handlebars with a picture of his family. He just loves his family. That's the motivation. But it looks like, like Pogacar, he doesn't need that. All he needs is the enjoyment of the training aspect of it. So I think the other riders round about Vingegaard have to gain confidence that second is possible in this race. .5 kilometres left to go. 4 riders up the road, 1 minute and 12 seconds their advantage over the chasing pack that are now being led by Soudal Quick Step team, the team of Tim Merlier, of course. And we'll look a little further back. We can see the Decathlon team. They, of course, will be riding for Olev Koy today. Paul Sexas is now into unknown territory, Brian. Never before has he raced in a race where he's had a rest day, never raced this many days, and yet yesterday he looked highly impressive. So I almost think that this tour so far, touch wood, is going in the perfect way for him, because he's not having the pressure of having the white jersey on, although people will probably expect him to be more involved in that, but he is very involved. He's in the top 3, so he's very involved in that. He's not had to win a stage. I mean, not that he wouldn't want to do so, but I'm just saying that although there has been the limelight on him, that there's a lot of pressure from the French media especially, he's managing to just get on with it. Yeah, for a lot of the riders, and even myself, when I was kind of growing into professional cycling, that I think the longest race that I rode before the Grand Tour was a 2-week race. They call it, it was a Tour of Britain milk race. But most of the races, L'Avenir, I think, is just over a week long. So majority of the races that the guys get exposed to away from Grand Tours is a week or just over. So yeah, this is kind of new territory. He's learning. He'll be learning about his body. But the biggest thing is there's plenty of experience in there. He doesn't have to race every day, purely because we've had a few sprint stages, so that'll help things. I think the big positive was he's now in race day 11 and he hasn't gone beyond that. And the fact of after 10 days of racing, he get in a mountain stage, he finished third in the stage. So that's very, very positive. The only thing I worry about is a 19-year-old lad in his first Tour de France. I know that there's experience in the team and he's been looked after, but it's the final week that we might see, you know, maybe he suffers a little bit more. But from where he is now, I'm not saying they're wrapping him in cotton wool, because he still has to press hard on the pedals, especially the stages that we've had so far. But things are looking good for Six. As I said right from the start, he will be good, and I'd rather him, you know, look for stages rather than go for the general classification, because I know that the third week of a Grand Tour, I'm not too sure as if his body's mature enough yet to deal with that.
You're watching stage 11 of the Tour de France, Vichy to Nevers. I thought we were about to hear from the Team Total Energy radio, but
they've run out of energy.
Well, maybe it's run out of battery. Well, we'll say primed in case it does come along. We've got 4 riders currently up the road. They are Lebert, Oliveira, Charmic and Alaphilippe. And although we haven't heard from Team Total Energy, we are going to hear from our own man on site, on the bike, Romain Bardet, who yesterday gave us some wonderful insight into everything that was going on the course, and how much he loved being back in amongst the circus of the Tour de France. Romain Bardet was saying how much he'd just sort of really breathed life into him, so he was delighted with how that was going, and always good to get his insight into how he thinks the stage is proceeding. So let's go and join Romain right now.
We are now behind the break, the 4-man breakaway of today, with the kind of local Julien Alaphilippe, who is from Montluçon, which is just 20k west from where we are now. We are around to pass Moulins, and I'm truly impressed by the way these 4 guys in front are committing. The speed is really high. They have a slight tailwind for sure, but they are not playing games. You can guess that, you know, with only 1 minute 15. They might be gambling a bit against the bunch, but they are really pushing hard to try to maintain this gap and maybe hopefully crack the chaser behind. And I want to give it their best go with now really nice weather, with almost 30 degrees and no chance of rain so far. Back to the commentators.
So a good little weather update there. Exactly what they're experiencing out in the breakaway and in the rest as well at present.
John, just to touch on that there, I don't know if you've seen the average speed so far, but we're averaging 52.3 kilometres an hour, right? And anybody that even tries to ride that, even an amateur rider, try and ride like that. I know there's 4 of them at the front, but I think they're being pushed by the peloton, and we just heard from Bardet there that, you know, they're working well together and they're really kind of pushing and trying to kind of break maybe the will of the peloton. I don't think they'll break the will of the peloton, but by riding this stage at 52.3 so far, that's going to take its toll. If you look back to what Liam Slock and co did before, well, they rode hard to start with, and then they settled down a little bit, so that now through the kind of middle part of the stage is about trying to kind of save. Okay, you play a bit of the lottery. If you get caught, you get caught. I don't think that if you slow down, you're hoping the peloton will slow down, whether they do or not. And we've seen stages, sprint stages, where it came down to 20 odd seconds and then went back out again, and we saw some shenanigans from the Uno X team trying to do something. So you have to play the game a little bit. There's enough experience in this front group for them to kind of play the game a little bit, but for the moment there is no way that they're going to manage to keep this pace up. 52.4 now, average pace. If they're going to have anything left come the end, they're all pushing hard. They're all good riders in here. Charmy, the Tour de Auvergne, when he won that stage. Lebert, Nelson Oliveira, very good, strong rider, and Julian Alaphilippe, we know all about him. So I think they have to kind of settle down a little bit, because riding at this speed, even for the next couple of hours, they're going to have nothing left to kind of up it come the final, like Liam Schlock had the other day.
Thank you, Brian, for that insight. Really interesting to know what they decide to do, because 92 kilometres to go. It's a long way.
And the other thing is, you see that small flag there, we do predominantly go north. We do have a little bit of a crosswind all the way. It's not as if it's a tailwind. Liam Schlock had a tailwind in towards the finish that day. Okay, we have a crosswind. It's sitting maybe 8-10 kilometres an hour. It might get up if a thunderstorm comes, but just look at that vista there. Cannot see any storms up ahead, but you do have this covering of kind of trees and things like that. So I don't think the crosswinds will have any play, but the wind isn't totally helping the breakaway, and we just saw it flash up there. They rode through that banner at 54 kilometres an hour, so that does take its toll when you're riding at these speeds.
Astana still chasing their first stage win of this Tour de France. Max Canter's been sprinting well, but just unable to round one off. Second place finish, his best one so far. Brian, I am very conscious that I have failed to update you on recipes over the last few days.
Yeah, I've not been happy with you at all this Tour de France.
I know you haven't. So I thought I'll share 3 today, and hopefully this will somewhat abate your rage. So in stage 9 there was a delicious hazelnut cake, very, very simple to make, and one which I would suggest for so many people to have a go at, just because yeah, just a very limited amount of ingredients. You've just got roasted hazelnuts, caster sugar, plain flour, unsalted butter, 4 egg whites whipped up, and a handful of hazelnuts as well. And then it's just a question of mixing these elements together, folding in the egg whites, and then it just goes into a greased pan, and then you take it out after 35 minutes, and then you've got a beautiful cake dusted with a little bit of icing sugar. Very simple mountain fare. Yesterday I turned my attention to truffade, which is one of my favourite types of potato in France, which is a very cheesy type of potato. And then today, from the region that we've just gone through, is a potato tart. So you end up sort of mixing a load of herbs and salt and pepper, and layering your potatoes just like dauphinoise, but then encasing it in puff pastry. So I mean a proper stodge fest, and baking that for about an hour with cream and creme fraiche and a little bit of milk and nutmeg in there as well. I had that last night. That was very tasty. So all of those recipes, along with all of the other ones that I've done on the tour, can be found on Instagram at JHB Foodie Cyclist. And I would say that so far, I think the hazelnut cake has been the most popular recipe of the bunch so far.
Well, my granddad's Irish, and I know that Declan will be licking his lips at the fact that the last 2 days have been potato-based, because we all know that the Irish love potatoes.
Well, I mean, Brian, something I discovered, which I was really interested by, Alexandre Dumas wrote about potatoes in France. The French, when potatoes came back from the New World, and when Sir Walter Raleigh brought potatoes back to Britain, there were various different other explorers who brought potatoes back into Europe. The French had the potato introduced, but for many years they saw it as an inferior food, and therefore it was just used to feed animals, and it didn't appear in any of the courts, and I don't even think that it was encouraged for the poor classes to eat potato. But when they finally did introduce it, the recipe that I've done today, which is essentially a potato tart, was very much the preserve of the working class, and still potatoes weren't served observed in the courts, and it was actually a man by the name of Parmentier who finally cracked the nut and introduced the potato to normal French cuisine, and then it became a vegetable that was eaten right the way across the country. But it wasn't immediate, and I did think to myself, without being overly stereotypical, how very French that the French would not adopt something like the potato, but whilst everyone else did. Well, we're going to hear now from Biniam Girmay, who's, I think, growing into this tour.
Bini, how do you find a cooler day, some rain? Is it something that has been requested by the riders?
It's different. I mean, I think it's good. It's good to have like today a bit cooler day, because I think the last 10 days we had a really hot day out there, and I think it's super hard, you know. So it's nice today to have at least a little bit cooler temperature than the previous days.
You spoke in the first week how well you were climbing. How have you been dealing with the climbs, with the heat yesterday and on stage 9 before the race day?
I mean, everything it's good so far, except the intermediate sprint. Actually, that's cost me a lot of energy, you know, to do the intermediate sprint, and also how the road track it's pretty impressive. You know, they are super strong, everybody, and I think that's the only impact. It has been a lot of impact in my body, because after the intermediate sprint I need like 1 hour to recover, you know. And then I see also, like most of us except Pedersen, like we really suffer a lot after the intermediate sprint, and today it's a day, let's say, kind of easy intermediate sprint and easy stage, and let's hope to have better legs.
And a big one at the finish today. Also a lot of points. We spoke after your second place that you're really searching, you're really fighting for that stage win. Team Merlier, from what you've seen, from your point of view, is he beatable?
Yeah, I mean, I still believe in myself, you know, like if everything goes well, I'm also one of the fastest, you know, especially after the hard stage we had already in this week. It's pretty hard, you know, and then like yesterday, everybody was suffering, and I think I have also a good chance to sprint against those fastest guys after the hard stage. So I still believe I can win stage.
Finally, Bini, Jake Stewart crashed earlier in the tour. There's also been some illness in the team. Is the train, is it back to full force before this stage?
Apparently, yes, this day, because like you mentioned, the last couple of sprint stages, we, you know, like Jake was crashed and Aski was also sick, and you know, like we cannot find the best team so far. But today, I think this morning everybody is ready, so I think that's gonna be a big impact for my lead-out train.
Sounds promising. Good luck today, mate.
Thanks, mate. See you.
That's the second time I've heard that interview, Brian, and the only bit that I find slightly odd about it is when it's just sort of is the sprint team going to work better for you? And it's just sort of I believe so. It's just sort of, but your teammates, do you not talk to them? It sounds as though he's had all of this information relayed to him about they're injury free, and it just sounds I thought that sounded a bit bizarre.
Do you know what? We've been talking about potatoes, and the chips are down for NSN. They have got a kind of full complement. They're working at the front, but Biniam Girmay, I thought that was, you know, a telltale sign was when he was asked about Merlier. He's just concentrating on what he has to do, and I think that is telling. That's what you ask. You don't worry about what your rivals and things like that. So it's what you do. You get it right. You put him in the right place, and he delivers. And just my last thing in potatoes, I was over in ACBB in Paris, where I was an 18, 19-year-old, and we had a raid done by the manager in our kitchen, and they took away my potatoes. I was told that I could only eat rice and pasta. They took my potatoes away. I love my potatoes.
Well, as I've explained to you, Brian, it's seen as an inferior food, and whilst they did start to use potato flour apparently one year when there was a crisis in the harvest that produced their ordinary flour, they used potato flour to make their bread. bread was very much more the supplement and the carb that was used in French cuisine for many years. But now I think the potatoes are quite commonly used. I'm surprised you had them confiscated, because they're also a good source of carbohydrate for you.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I think they were just looking at excuses that, you know, why we weren't performing, and they were just clutching at straws. And of course, there's just a message from Declan on our WhatsApp group saying battered potatoes. I think everything's battered in Scotland. They were even threatening the Moroccans when we played the Moroccans in the World Cup by battering the couscous.
That would be a struggle. A rather beautiful chateau, this one, the Chateau d'Auzon. That's a former seigneurie that dates back to the Middle Ages, and we've got a little bit of field art as well. I've been penalising any field art that involves the use of plastic, which they've done here in Nièvre.
100% has to be. Did you see that one yesterday you went on with us with the tractors?
Yes.
That was 10. That's the best we've seen.
I agree. I thought it was absolutely outstanding. The only thing I was complaining about on a sustainability front was the fact that the tractors were obviously pumping a load of fumes into the air, but that was me being particularly harsh. But no, that was the best. I was actually saying before that, I've actually been shocked by, it's felt like there's been a little less effort with the field art at this year's Tour de France. I might be being really harsh, but in the past there have been some quite extraordinary designs in fields and very inventive murals that have been produced, and I just felt that they've been slightly lacking this year.
Yeah, potentially I agree. Do you know why that is?
I don't.
Neither do I.
I'm going to assume it's something to do with the cost of living crisis, maybe time, people more worried about getting themselves on social media and doing short videos than going out into the fields and actually spending some time outside and doing something constructive. I don't know, I'm being a bit harsh about the youth.
Probably busy doing their own TikToks.
Yeah, exactly right. A few comfort breaks being taken on the left-hand side of the road. We're still ticking along at over 50 kilometres an hour. It is punishing average speed. Breakaway has 1 minute and 28 seconds over the chasing pack at present. No sign that they're letting up, no sign that the four riders out in front are letting up, and as a consequence, I think, Brian, no sign that that breakaway is going to succeed. So Astana have done plenty of work at the front, and seen it alongside with Soudal as well.
The average pace has come down a little bit, John, but only by a fraction. But I think what I just want to make a comment on what Astana and kind of NSN are doing at the moment, because normally you would just put one rider up towards the front, but they're actually, you know, using George Bennett, the Kiwi champion. He's more of a climber. He's not really kind of suited to riding over 50 k's an hour, but they're riding with they were riding with Frigo and Bennett. Just saw Higuita come to the front. Velasco was used by Astana, so they're using various riders, so they're not really kind of tiring out you know, the big kind of strong riders that would probably use at the front. They're kind of keeping them back and using more of the kind of climbers to kind of hold on to this, and they're doing a terrific job, because any of these climbers that are lacking on power on these type of roads as climbers, they're using them in different parts, so it's not just the same riders that they're using at the moment. They're using different riders, and I think Bennett and Higuita sitting in second place. You can clearly see Einkorn at the front here, big stronger figure, and then you get two climbers behind. They are doing a good job.
Yeah, very good job being done indeed, and that lead being preserved, as we can see, at 1:30. So, for the next 30 kilometres or so, I'm going to hand over the reins now to Matt Stevens, and I will join up with everyone with the post-show at the end of today's stage.
Well, thank you, Jono. As I just slot myself into the booth on what is another ridiculously fast stage of the Tour de France. The gap now 1:31. It's holding steady to the group out in front. Brave riders who are trying to shape this stage, but one would imagine that they will be brought back. The big question is when. But they certainly have to work hard. Still that tailwind, even up these drags, as you can see, they're maintaining 49 kilometres an hour. I'm sure that they're going to have to start very soon to redesign again the timetables of these races, because the Tour, as is the whole of professional cycling, just getting quicker and quicker and quicker. As the fans at the side of the road gratefully receive the bidons thrown off by these riders. Slightly cooler day than it has been, but still well over 30 degrees. And as Hannah Walker was saying before, we heard from her at the start in a Vichy, where it's still humid, 32 to 34 degrees. So grateful here for the shade. Good to see you there, John, with the headphones on. John, steady day compared to yesterday. That was a frenetic stage, but I was talking about it a few moments ago with Adam and the rest, that there's the second and third order effects of the way that UAE Team Emirates are riding this race, and it's you know, especially what we saw at the start of today. Ordinarily a sprint stage bossed by the sprinters, but there's still riders just willing to take some sort of chance, because there are fewer opportunities on offer now, quite seemingly, because of the way that the team are riding on, that UAE are riding in particular on stage, that ordinarily rational thinking, as it were, would be that was for a day for the breakaway, but those days are gone, it seems. So even the sprint days now are super hard fought for, aren't they?
Yeah, and we saw the start. We saw the team really getting involved. And we saw the biggest start of the day as soon as I saw Mathieu van der Poel and some of the teammates from Alpecin Premier Tech really getting involved in that breakaway, or trying to be there, to be represented. I just thought, yeah, this is going to be a bit of a battle. There's a way here. Alpecin Premier Tech don't need to control the breakaway today, leave it up to the other sprint teams. And it stayed open for a lot longer, and at some point I thought it was going to go all the way until that first intermediate sprint, but breakaway was established in the end, and the breakaway took the full points.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff, as I say, but noticeable by their absence, should I say. Our Alpecin Premier Tech perhaps happy, quite clearly. We heard the radio communique saying there's going to be a lot of engines at the front of the bike race today, and there were certainly some big engines on standby, but why not put Van der Poel at the road just to keep yourselves on the front foot and not have to chase. And they've done a lot of work already in this race at Alpecin Premier Tech, but from what we've seen so far, it's all about the finish now for them. And Jasper Philipsen looked relaxed, he looked quick earlier on. As John was saying, the breakaway stayed away to take the intermediate points, but Philipsen was the best of the rest. And laughing and joking shortly afterwards with Mads Pedersen, who's added a few more points in his tally. As we look at Carlos Verona, the Spaniard, part of a full complement of Lidl Trek riders. We've only lost 10 riders from this year's Tour de France so far. There's the drill bit there, puts the through axle back through the back wheel, and he's on his way. Might have a bit of a long chase through the cars because they're moving so quickly, but a very experienced man indeed. Right, you all know that Eurosport is the home of cycling, and you can find our extensive Tour de France coverage on HBO Max. And when the racing is done, there's even more to enjoy. The global phenomenon is back. Emmy-winning HBO Originals House of the Dragon returns for its most fiery season yet. The realm is on edge, power is up for grabs, and the war for the throne is about to ignite. Stream the new season now on HBO Max. Have you seen that, John? HBO Max? Sorry, HBO Max. Of course you've seen that. Have you watched House of the Dragon?
I haven't watched House of the Dragon, but I've been watching loads of other stuff on HBO Max.
There's loads, isn't there? The Pit's good, isn't it? The Pit's very good.
Actually, I watched the first episode the other day. I thought, oh, I can get into this.
That was interesting. Kevin Vokuland just gesticulating to the rider in front. Still this tailwind right in the back here. Sorry, what was that, John?
I think they're still just talking about maybe a bit about the football last night.
Ah, quite possibly, yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. I forgot about that.
It still hasn't got over it yet as a Frenchman.
Yeah, I must admit, a bit of a surprise result there. Yeah, French were the overwhelming favourites, but 2-0. Let's look at Pascal Encorn. Again, he's having to work really hard here, especially in these tailwinds. The tailwinds can cause problems for the bunch behind. They're just moving that much quicker. And as a bike goes quicker and quicker, it becomes harder and harder to find the extra speed, doesn't it? It's different when you're riding at 40k an hour. The difference between 40 and 45k an hour is easy to find, or 45 to 50. But when you're up at 52, 53, to find 54 and 55 is just that little bit harder, especially with the tailwind.
Yeah, it's a hard one to explain, really, but it's just that way you can accelerate from a slower speed. Once you get up to the top end, you have to make so much more of an effort to squeeze out those extra few kilometers an hour. But it's a strong breakaway. It really is 4 riders, and they know they need to put the peloton under pressure from the very beginning, and that's why we see the average speed so high. We see just dipping under 52k an hour average for the first time for the whole day, and with that it just means the 4 out front are riding really, really well together. And at this point, it is still 4 against 3 riders. So
exactly.
It's, I know with the peloton you have a bit more, a bit extra, because the peloton moves as a whole, and you get pushed along from riders behind. But still, if you look at it in the most straightforward way, it's 4 riders still against 3 who are pulling on the front of that peloton.
Yeah, it certainly is. That was Juan Ayuso. He's now leading the white jersey classification by 13 seconds. Took it from the shoulders of Isaac Del Toro on yesterday's finish.
Yeah, it was one of those riders. Actually, you forget how young Ayuso is.
Yeah.
Paul Sexas comes, and we talk about Sexas, we talk about Del Toro, but Juan Ayuso still only 23 years old, and 2 or 3 years ago he was. We were talking about him as the big future, and somehow it's crazy how we all guilty of it. Sometimes you forget that these riders are still really young.
Yeah, as you say, it does feel like he's been around for a long time. Great shot there of the peloton up this long drag, just going through the feed zone. The fans are mixing with the soigneurs from the squads in this rural setting. The heat haze as well. An iconic shot. Right, he's already got 2 stage wins in his back pocket. Tim Merlier spoke to us ahead of today's stage.
Tim Merlier, tell us first about yesterday. It looked like a long stage for you, suffering on those climbs.
Yeah, it was a long stage. Yeah, I exploded completely because of the heat again. I was suffering, needed water to cool down, but yeah, the water didn't come, so yeah, I exploded completely, and yeah, I got hard feelings to the guys who need to stay with me to bring me in time, and luckily I could yeah, still push to survive over the climbs, and I think we did yeah, the guys did a great job, and yeah, but I don't like it. It's only the 2nd time in my career, I think. Teammates need to stay with me to bring me in time.
Was there at any point where you were fearing the time limit?
Let's say when we were 50 kilometers from the finish, I was pretty sure we're gonna make it a record. I push it. I was able to finish, to be in time. We were close behind also the Gruppetto. We take time back on them, so yeah, their no was quite safe.
Finally, Tim, to pay back your teammates who stayed with you on those climbs yesterday, could give them a hat trick today?
Of course, and there's an extra motivation because, like I say, I don't like it. They need to stay with me, so let's hope I can give them a victory for them.
Thank you. Good luck.
Oh, what a really interesting interview. You know, Tim Merlier quite often, John, is a plain speaker. That was really honest insight. I mean, the man is one of the fastest in the world, if not the fastest in a straight line. He really is impressive. You've only got to just re-watch his 2 stage wins in this Tour de France, but it isn't easy for the sprinters. They have to finish inside the time limit. They've got to battle it over the climbs, and he was dropped very, very early on an I think it was one of the third category, even an uncategorized climbs when Lidl Trek went to the front. And him feeling guilty about teammates. I mean, it's normal, the teammates are going to wait for him, but it isn't all glory for the sprinters, especially with the amount of sprint stages we have in this race. Most of the time they're going to be suffering and out the back of the race fighting their own battles, and that was a really nice insight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. And you could see yesterday, and then Merlier really explained it. It was the first time riders had to wait for him. I think sometimes they're together as a team in the Gruppetto, but this was something different. He was dropped before a lot of the other sprinters or that Gruppetto group, so yeah, you could tell he didn't enjoy it, and a lot of sprinters don't really like it. You know, a lot of your teammates are stronger climbers. You feel bad. Why are you waiting for me? And that's exactly how Merlier explained it.
Yeah, it certainly isn't easy for the sprinters in this race, but they do have 2 more opportunities today. Well, 2 more opportunities in the coming days, let's say. Today, where we finish in Nevers, and tomorrow, where we finish in Chalon-sur-Saône. We start just outside Nevers tomorrow at the circuit Nevers-Marny-Course. Slightly longer stage, but a similar profile, maybe even lumpier actually. There's a 4th cat climb with just under 20 kilometres to go tomorrow. So 2 big opportunities for the sprinters, but the way the race has gone so far, I do think we will see riders chipping off the front, trying to form a break, because our 4 riders out in front have actually grown that lead now, 1 minute and 35 seconds. John was explaining earlier that it is essentially 4v3, and let's just give the 4 out in front a name check. We have Anton Charmik of Norway, representing of Denmark, should I say. Mostly a Norwegian team. Anton Charmik, one of 2 Danish riders in that squad. We've also got Nelson Oliveira, the Portuguese rider for Movistar. Julian Alaphilippe, the double world champion of the past, is there for Tudor Pro Cycling, and he's there with fellow countryman Mathis Libert of Total Energies, and they're doing a very good job. 3 teams are chasing behind. XDS Astana, who are doing a great job. They're all in for Max Canter today. Also up in the mix as well, Soudal Quickstep's squad. We heard from Tim Merlier just a few moments ago. And interestingly as well, NSN cycling team looking after Biniam Girmay. And they're having to work very hard. This tailwind, as we said before, it just makes it that little bit harder. And over this sort of terrain as well, 4v3 isn't always an equal battle, especially when you've got the likes of Charming and Oliveira. Oliveira, a very, very good time trialist, and of course Julian Alaphilippe, so strong, so experienced, is going to know how to measure his sort of effort as well. And also for Alaphilippe, we know he's not maybe in the form that he'd like to be, and there were a few doubts, John, coming into this race whether he would make it. But the thing I admire about Julian Alaphilippe, and I think a lot of riders to learn from, although he might not have the form that he'd like, when the terrain lends itself, he's up in front showing himself, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a racer through and through. And you put yourself in that position, there's a chance to win. You never know what can happen. And even when you don't have the form or everything's going perfectly, if you don't put yourself up there and get involved in the race, then you never have any chance of winning. So you up the odds, quite simply. And Alaphilippe is one that races with his heart and his feelings, and That's why we see him so successful. When he's on top form, he can do some amazing stuff.
Indeed, and of course Tudor Pro Cycling, one of only a few teams, because we've only had 10 dropouts so far, to lose 2 riders, unfortunately. Arbor declined their sprinter, who would be definitely up for a day like this. And also, even as a second sprinter, Matteo Trentin, who can mix it with the best. They've lost 2 of their best riders in terms of opportunities for stage wins. So they need to be active, and they certainly are. Their best placed rider overall is Yannis Voizard, the young Swiss rider. I say young, 27 years of age. He's 16th, just sits nicely inside the top 20. But Alaphilippe, as you said, John, he is a racer. What team Picnic Post and Ella saying on the radio?
What is the weather looking like for the finish now? The weather at the finish. Yeah, and the finish is still dry at the moment and still like this. However, I also checked it with some ASO staff, and they do expect there could be rain in the final hour of the race.
That's quite interesting. Normally we just get the DSs keying through and then sending that off to be processed, and we get to share that with you. That was nice to hear the rider asking the question, and they will want to know, because Picnic Post and L do have a big sprinter. He's, again, hasn't quite had the success that he would like, but he's had a 5th place in the into Bergerac, which does show a lot of promise, especially amongst these sorts of riders. But yeah, they clearly want to know what the score is, so they can make sure they're on the front foot coming into potentially some wet roads.
Yeah, it's one of it's a very common question from the riders. You turn into a weatherman in the team car a lot of the time. What's the weather doing? What's the radar saying? And I had a classic one at Flanders, I think, or one of the classics at the start of the season, and the lads came on the radio for Unibet Rose Rockets and asked, what's the weather doing? What's it going to say? And I did the optimistic look and said, no, it's not going to rain. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Radar's fine, even though there was a bit of a chance. Anyway, it came back, and yeah, it hasn't been forgotten since, because it absolutely hammered down. And then all the guys after the race were like, yeah, you got the weather right today, didn't you, John? So it's always a difficult one.
How much are you improving your sprinter skills thanks to the experience you're doing here at the Tour?
Yeah, I think my sprint isn't exceptional at all. I'm just good at positioning myself in the last 5K, where I have to push quite some power to be in the front, and the high speed suits me well. So yeah, the experience I'm gaining every stage helps a lot, obviously. I mean, I came from nothing, and now I get to see what the Tour de France sprints are like.
Taking a look at the map of the final, any tips, anything important you think you have to underline?
It's not some hard turns, mainly high speed, but it depends if the course is going to be wet because of the rain or not. But I think, like always, being in the front, top 30, top 20, so you have the overview, is going to be crucial. It's going to be really hard to accelerate to the front, and obviously you want to have a little kick in the end, so I'm going to try to be a bit more in the front than last times and still have this kick.
Best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Interesting rider, Hubbard, as we look at his teammate. He's been very aggressive in this race as well, the Frenchman Baptiste Weisstroffer, suffering a puncture in getting back on with his day. Yeah, really interesting to hear from Hubbard. He's had a good year so far. This is, well, he's been with this squad since last year. It was, of course, Intermarché Wanty. Now it's Lotto Intermarché. Both those teams have merged. But he's been the under-23 European road champion. He's won stages in the Giro Next Gen, and is currently the TT champion of the Netherlands, but not a known sprinter. But in this Tour de France, he's really come to the floor. He was 4th in Pau and then 7th in Bordeaux, but some of his positioning was amazing, and it's really interesting. He is battling with the top sprinters in the world, but by his own admission, John, isn't a sprinter, but he's clearly very, very strong, and he's unafraid to get himself in position. And so you can collect these top 10s, can't you? If you even if you ride in a different way, which he clearly, and he's doing it on his own. He's not really being led out. They've got no sprinter now because De Lee is no longer in the race, sadly, for the squad. But he's had a couple of sterling results just through that big engine, and using his sprint in a slightly more linear fashion by just using that good positioning.
Yeah, he's one of those riders, a real Dutchman. I think he grew up racing in Holland. You know, he used to ride for Metec, which is one of the continental teams from Holland that's developed a long list of riders. And he's able to read a bunch, he's able to position himself really well. And that's the reason he's getting those results. He just floats. Some riders just, yeah, they have that little bit of skill, that talent of just being able to find the gaps when they open just a little bit, and it looks so easy. We saw in that stage into Pau how fast he just was able to go through that bunch who was sprinting. And it really is just a skill that either some riders, I can't explain it, some riders are just born with it, and others struggle with a long time with how they fight through the bunch. But Hubart is one that can just read a race, follow the wheels and smell out those gaps.
Exactly. Well, I've been so impressed with him on the TNT Cycling Challenge. On the rest day, I transferred him into my team, John, so just to see if we can get up for these sprint stages. So we'll see what he does today as we look at Tej Benoot. Out of the saddle, just sat behind the EF Education Easy Post team car. Again, as you can see, we're on this bit of a drag here. It isn't a completely flat day. It's flat day compared to the hilly days, of course, but still 1,400 metres of elevation today. And we do have another fourth category climb to come. That comes about 25-30k time. That comes at 37.9 kilometres to go. The Côte de Billy Chivant, 1,400 metres at 5%, but it's just on a big main road. And then we head north of Nevers, and then we swing a left. We take a hard left, about 15k's to go, and then we head in towards the finish for that meandering right-hander with that little chicane, that right and then that right and a left that comes with about 1,400 metres to go. I must admit, John, there's a lot of riders having puncture today, isn't there? More than I'd expect. Do you think it's because a lot of these guys are choosing to run these cotton tyres?
No, I think mostly because of the wet weather at the start.
Yeah,
I'd say a lot of flint and just the muck gets washed onto the road, and everything comes up, and then there's just maybe a bit more just stuff on the floor. Simply, I think nothing to do with the tyres. It's more road conditions, and even that little bit of flint, even though it got in there in the wet, could have just been slowly working its way into the tyre, and the sealant hasn't done its job.
Guys, we have another spare radio in case that you have time to come back. Daddy, take the radio and please bring me back. Okay, I copy today. Good.
So, little bit of insight there. Sometimes these radios, they can stop working or malfunction, as you see there, but rather than Taddy go back himself, he's just swapped with Nils Pollitt. Little insight into things that happen regularly in the peloton, but you need to make sure that your team leader is looked after. So Pollitt now has got to ride back to the team car, but luckily they're team car number one. Just under 61 kilometres to go, and after the gap went out to about 1 minute and 35 seconds, it's crept back. They're keeping a very tight leash on the breakaway. The peloton essentially in one long line with a little cluster of riders at the back. It's that tailwind that they've enjoyed today. We are still on course for a very rapid stage indeed, especially when you factor in the speeds they're going to be running in at the finish. So still 51.2 k's an hour with just under 2 hours of race time underneath the wheels today. As we look at Pascal Enkon, 29 years of age, the man from the Netherlands at Soudal Quickstep, certainly having to work very hard indeed just to keep this break at bay. And on a lot of these straight roads, they'll see them in front as well, because we're on some very straight, wide open roads as we look at Les Anciens Puits de Glénan. And that basically is an old mine. You can see it's being decommissioned now. an old industry that, yeah, not much mining done in these parts anymore, but of course it used to be commonplace, but preserved for future generations to see. There's no preserving on the front. George Bennett is giving us a real stark illustration of how much effort is required to keep things going at the front, and it's not quite full gas, but every turn on the front you can just tell the tension in the body, how they're folding themselves up to punch a small hole in the air, and also the fact that George Bennett is more renowned as a climber. He's having to work just that little bit harder than everybody else, but this is no easy ride at all for the rods on the front, John.
It really isn't. You can see the, you're exactly right, the effort that Bennett's put it in. Of course, on a bit of a downhill, so it's a key that you keep the pressure on. You really want to just use the road where you can to try and take time out of the breakaway. As you can see now, back to the break, they're going quite steady and relaxed out there now. Back down to 1:04. I think the peloton may have just squeezed on a little. We saw that gap out, like you said, 1:35 at the most, and they just try to bring it back a bit more controlled. It's a strong breakaway, even though there's only four riders that are fully committed, and I think it's four riders who want to go out and try and spoil the sprinters' fun.
No, definitely. And there is the peloton just dropping down. That's the back end of the peloton, but now they're going up this little roller. We are entering a slightly hillier bit of terrain here as we focus on Juan Ayuso in the white jersey. As we were saying before, a superb ride to finish in the next group on the road. They were spread out because Remco Evenepoel had such a rapid finish. He managed to carve a few seconds. But he had Skelmos Jensen there with him, so good ride yesterday for Ayuso. So newly minted in white as we fly over these rather arid looking fields. The sun has really scorched this part of the world. Record breaking summer we've had throughout Europe, especially in the central France as well. But no mucking about, no piano at all for the peloton. Look at this, 57, 56 kilometers an hour in pursuit of our four riders out in front. Anton Charmic, Nelson Oliveira, Julien Alaphilippe and Mathis Libert. The best placed rider in front is Libert, but a very distant 1 hour 54 minutes and 19 seconds. Julien Alaphilippe himself at 2 hours 29 minutes behind, and we are only on day 11 of this race, stage 11, just tipping over the halfway point at the finish, and already riders 2.5 hours down plus. Just shows how relentlessly hard this race has been so far, and we haven't even really hit the back-to-back mountain days, which are going to come in week 3, and we've got three very difficult days after tomorrow's sprint stage as well, as we get another look at this very high speed day, 51.1 k's an hour, as we get another look at Juan Ayuso. I wonder if he's got a problem with his zip. It seems to be open and flapping there, doesn't it, John?
I think a radio issue again. And he's just undone his skin suit so he can try and access it.
Yeah, they often put it in the front, don't they? It's in like a bib pocket, isn't it? Was at the back. They're changing that now, aren't they? They're saying that a lot of riders are having it in the centre of their chest, but that provides a little bit of an aerodynamic advantage, and apparently the UCI want to make sure they have it in the back, so you don't get this aero advantage.
There's some new rules that have come in middle of the season, so the only thing that could be carried within the jersey is the radio.
Oh, is the radio, right, okay.
All food has to be in the back pocket. So you saw some other points where riders are using gels in that position to help aerodynamically. So only the radio can be allowed there. You're right, they're maybe looking at it into the back pocket, but that's the new rule coming in at the moment.
Right, that's where we are. We heard from Max Canter earlier.
So Max Canter, tell us how you've been dealing with the heat and the climbs the last couple of days.
Oh yeah. I mean, we had the rest day, so we could recover a little bit. But yeah, as you know, it's not a full recovery after one day. So yesterday you could feel that a lot of guys needed to wake up the legs a little bit again. I think we managed quite well, and yeah, for me the main focus yesterday was to save as much as possible energy for today.
Can you tell us about what you guys have discussed in the bus regarding the run-in today, and how you can if you can compare it with any other bunch sprints you've done so far in this tour?
Yeah, I mean, the final is a bit more straightforward, I would say, but the more dangerous points are at 6 kilometers to go. I think there we have to sit in a good position to not be behind the facts, and then it's all...
Why is that crucial, that point?
Because you don't want to be behind a crash. So you know, afterwards you need to spend a lot of energy if you're behind something. So we have to be in front of the facts, and then we need to find the right timing to go into the last kilometer.
Does the final today, does it suit you better than the other run-ins there have been?
Not particular. I think it might be today that it's more about the timing, you know. So it will not be easy for the full team to time it in the right way, but we're gonna try, and we see how this goes.
Good luck with it. Thank you.
Max Canter, good to hear from him. I think it's fair to say one of the sprint revelations of this race. He's been around for a while. He's 28 years of age now. Spent time at Sunweb, Movistar, and now Astana since 2024. And he's had his best Tour de France. You know, I think this is his first tour actually, or he might have ridden one tour before. 4 Giri, I should have said, and a Vuelta, but yeah, a 2nd, a 4th, and a 9th. Up there in all of the intermediate sprints as well, vying for the a place in the green jersey competition, and in fact he does sit in 5th place. He's been massively impressive. We've got 192 points, not too far away from the likes of Jasper Philipsen and Tim Merlier. But yeah, that was interesting. Like when he was asked, is there a particular point, you know, why do you need to be in front with 5 or 6 Ks to go, it was more if you get caught behind a crash at that point. Not saying that necessarily anything is going to happen, it's nearly impossible to get back. Rather than there being a point in the road, it's like, okay, 7 or 8 Ks, if there's a crash, 8 or 9 Ks, there's still something you can do, but after 5 Ks it's game over. That's quite interesting. You don't normally hear that, but it does make a lot of sense, John.
Yeah, really the simple way of looking at it.
Yeah.
And actually that's, in my opinion, some of the best ways of doing it.
Yeah.
Try not to overcomplicate things. This is we need to be here. If we're at the front here, then we avoid any crashes, and then we can go and sprint. And I think that's a really nice way to think about it. I think with all the data, everything we've got now, sometimes that simple way of just targeting different points, targeting those key points, not talking in great detail about everything and over again, really helps these riders. That you really have to remember, they know how to race and win. They know how to get into position. They know where to be. So sometimes those clear, simple tasks are actually better for some of the riders.
Yeah, it is quite. I mean, they've been not exactly bossing the sprints, but they've been very present. They really have, and they've given Canter the opportunity on 3 occasions to go for a clean sprint, and they're sitting at the top table, and they're helping the tempo being set today. 1:13 is the gap behind, still George Bennett on the front. They've got one of their riders behind. I think it's Harold Tejada they're using this early on, so using their climbers. So the likes of Alden Gate, David Ballerini and Mike Tiernissen can be used a little bit later on in delivering the German to the finish. 52.2 Ks to go. The face of Biniam Girmay. You can just see the wet residue on his cycling helmet there, and his glasses, almost looking into his soul, aren't they? Tim Merlier, 2 stage wins in the bag already. We heard from him, had a very tough day yesterday. We heard from some of the DSs that up to the 50k to go point, it was very, very hard indeed. The squad had to work to make sure they built a bit of a buffer so he could ride the final part of the stage a little bit easier. We are focusing here on the sprinters. There's Max Canter, 5th in the pink jersey classification, 192 points. Olav Koy already with a stage win, but sits in 6th. Can he double up? Only a couple of riders in this Tour de France have doubled up, or tripled up in the case of Tadej Pogacar, and 2 stage wins on the board for Tim Merlier. So all of that tension still to come. This thing is, John, there's certain things that you can tell riders, and then there's other riders, as you say, there's that instinct comes into play as well, isn't it? Like a rider like Olav Koy, he was delivered really well, but he hasn't got a lot of riders to support him in the final. The team is in 2 parts, but it's understandably Paul Sexas heavy, isn't it? You've got Benoot, Barry Panter, Prodhomme and Riccitello, and then 3 completely different riders to look after Koy, particularly Boll and Dan Uller, although Nicolas Prodhomme will step up a little bit as well. So again, for them to win so early massively takes the pressure off, but Olav Koy, once he dropped off at the right place, I mean, he won his stage by about 3 lengths, didn't he?
Yeah, he was in that day, really just got dropped off, and then Koy really just got in the right place himself and launched. And in a similar way, actually, the win for Merlier, what was it, a few days ago, Koy was again in a good position, but Merlier just came perfectly timed and came from the back and won. It's an interesting one. Of course, the Decathlon CMA CGM have got that dual goals here. I think it's actually working in their favour, especially for Paul Sexas. He's able to, you know, try and deflect the pressure away from him. They're able to say, well, yeah, we can, of course we can come and we can do better when we come with a whole team for Sexas. But it's important for Sexas to get through this first Grand Tour, experience a Grand Tour, starting at the Tour de France as well, as a Frenchman. All this experience just helps him for the future. There's no negative really here for Sexas, whatever happens. And then, of course, with Koy, came back from illness, which was a terrible start to the season. We see Bernal just stopping for a problem as well, but Koy making the start line along with Tiesj Benoot. They had those signings of Koy and Tiesj Benoot ready for the start of the season and the classics, and unfortunately neither of them really had a good classics campaign. Benoot with that back injury, Koy with the virus, but to see them both on the start line for Decathlon is yeah, brilliant for the team overall.
Oh, Egan Bernal stopping at the side of the road. Looks pretty calm, cool and collected, doesn't he? Another puncture. Again, we have had that rain, though it's drying out. There's clearly a lot of riders having issues. There's little stones and flints going into the road, but Egan Bernal looking very relaxed indeed. And what about that for an effort? That's a very good. That must have taken a long time. There's the wind. Sateli, as they pass by that enormous, how do you call it? Yeah, wheat circle. Right then, the multi-view, a really essential part of your viewing here on HBO Max. Fire up another device and use this to augment your view, and you've got the points, we've got all of the general classifications that rotates around, we've got where we are on the course, but more importantly we've got the different views for you to help give you a far deeper narrative of what is going on the race, from the air, from the other motorbikes and from the convoy as well. And if you scan this, it's available on HBO Max. Use it on your phone, your laptop, what other added device you've got, just to augment your viewing pleasure, giving you a really deep insight into what is going on every day on the tour. Right, I'm going to take my leave. I'm going to hand you over for what should be a very exciting run into Nevers to Mr. Declan Quigley.
Cheers, thanks very much, Matt. I've been enjoying multi-view and I've been enjoying your conversation. Multiple devices here, and very much looking forward to what looks like it's going to be just another hour of racing. They're absolutely flying today, aren't they? Helped in large measure, of course, by a little bit of a tailwind. It's not a massive gale. It's not exactly blowing a hurricane out there, but the weather has eased ever so slightly. A little bit of rain earlier on, as you saw. A little bit of a scrap for the break, indeed, which is a quality one. but they haven't been given too much rope, have they? The gap hovering between a minute and a half, and that's all they've had to work with today, because both Break and Bunch behind are determined to get to Nevers as fast as they possibly can today. Beautiful, sumptuous scenes over Bourgogne-Franche-Comté today, plenty of chateau to bring you between now and the conclusion of our activities today. There's the Canal du Nivernais. I have had experience actually on the canals hereabouts, and the big longboats that they use in this part of the world. On a couple of occasions I've been invited out, and they're quite the beast to drive, by the way. I don't know whether you've ever had the opportunity to drive one of those canal barges, but they have the great big old tiller at the back, and that great big barge board that they use to steer it, and yeah, the front doesn't know what's happening at the back end, so it's a little bit of a job to control. I tell you what, the front doesn't know what's happening at the tail here, but they're all flapping around in the breeze as they race through to Nevers today. What a scrap it's been. One little bit of something to keep an eye on is the average speed today. I'm grateful to our colleague Rob Hatch for the stat about the fastest ever stage of Tour de France. It's one that I think we'll revisit in the next hour. It's come down a little bit, the average speed, down to 51 kilometres an hour, but it's still north of the very fastest stage in the history of this bike race, and it's a while since we had that one. I'll give you the history of fast stages in Tour de France in a little while as we route our way through to the finale today. Gap at just over a minute. John Mould still with us. Brian Smith is back from his little repast. His battered potatoes. I had Dauphinoise myself. I'm not sure what you went for, O'Brien.
You have Dauphinoise for lunch?
I know, I was going to say that. Very posh, Declan.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Do you make them from scratch off the recipe?
I had to rustle it up, yeah, get the old cheese out and melt it.
But did you use Jono's recipe? If you didn't, that's sacrilege.
That's tomorrow. It only appeared, like, you know.
No, I'm in Warner Brothers Discovery Towers here. We only have a microwave. Okay, there's a canteen, but yeah, I just had a bit of homemade spag bol.
Leftover.
Yeah.
It's better than a battered Mars bar.
Always good in the second day.
I think it's better.
Yeah.
It's always better the second day.
Yeah. And retrieved from under the couch or wherever it's been left. Pace is sparky, to say the least. Fastest ever stage Tour de France, by the way, is Mario Cipollini, 1999. It was a stage from Blois to... it went to Blois. Yeah, from Laval. 3 hours 51 minutes and 45 seconds, and an average speed of 50.36 kilometers per hour. The way things are going, it looks like they might just miss out on that, but there's every chance still, because this breakaway, if they manage to save anything, that's the modern way, isn't it? That the pace is maintained and potentially even gets a little bit faster with the arrival of more and more troops up to help the chase. The Decathlon CMA CGM team, and indeed Soudal Quick-Step, they haven't been wanting throughout the day. Seen plenty of George Bennett, Higuita, the climbers. So they're using up the riders who you wouldn't ordinarily think of as being flat earth specialists, but that doesn't mean that they're not bad at it, and they're absolutely perfect to use at this point in the proceedings, cruising along at 62 kilometers an hour. What a thrill. 2 French riders in the breakaway today, so after the disappointment of the match last night, they can reset, go again, and look for some consolation on the road to Nevers. As Julian Alaphilippe rejoins at the back of the line, and I think Anton Charmig's just injection of pace there gives you a signal that they haven't let up for a moment, and they're continuing to really push on the pedals. There's been no dead spot in the middle of this stage, has there?
No, there really hasn't. These 4 riders are just really putting that peloton to work today. They haven't been allowed to go really far out, but I think the 4, they're committed. They know they're there now, and they just, yeah, they want to try and make it as hard as possible for the peloton. If they're not allowed to have a real good chance, then they'll make them work for it.
They'll honour the race, honour the break, and you'd never know. peloton peels off to the left and will make a change to the direction of wind. I'll see what information we can get on that in the next little while. Beautifully manicured and groomed gardens hereabouts. As you pick up the closing stages into the final hour of racing in Tour de France Stage 11, it's one builder's nailed on for the sprinters. Is that how it's going to transpire as we make our way from Vichy to Nevers today? Group of 4 up front, as indeed they have been from the relatively early stages. Anton Scharmig from the Uno X squad is clear of the field. Another great exploit for the Norwegian crew is Nelson Oliveira. He's Danish, of course. He's one of the Danes on that particular team, but it's sort of based in Norway with big connections to Denmark as well. Nelson Oliveira is the Portuguese rider with the Movistar team. Julian Alaphilippe, known to all, Judo Pro Cycling squad, and Mathis Lebert, probably the least well-known rider in here, but he's given a great account of himself, 25-year-old with the Judo Pro Cycling team. One of these riders with Grand Tour experience. This man with more than most 6 career stage successes is an exploit in a long breakaway in a sprint stage. Really what we were expecting from him. Well, so many decent riders tried their luck in the early stages, and not least of them indeed the first attacker of the day, which is Mathieu van der Poel, and he's there to assist this man, Jasper Philipsen. They've changed their tack, they've got a new agenda, they haven't got involved in the chasing, and they'll see what they can do about securing a first stage victory of this year's Tour for 10-time Tour stage winner Jasper Philipsen. Well, just 2 sprinters have, well, 3 sprinters, I suppose, if you add Mads Pedersen's victory from the break, have taken success. Tim Merlier's got a couple of stage successes, and Olaf Koy took his maiden Tour success in the first sprint opportunity on stage 5. What are his prospects for today?
I spoke with your colleague, your rival, Tim Merlier. He really suffered yesterday. How were you dealing with the heat and the climbs yesterday?
Yeah, I think everyone suffered. So, yeah, on a day like this, the whole bunch is on the hands and knees and at the end of the day, so yeah, it's just yeah, we have to see how everyone recovered, but I think in the end we'll still be the same guys up there.
What do you think about today's final and the run in towards the finish?
Yeah, it looks quite straightforward, but yeah, the road is not too wide, so yeah, we'll still be important to be in position early enough and then try to hold that position.
What Tim Merlier did in the previous bunch sprint, it makes many think that he's unbeatable. You've beat him earlier in this tour.
Yeah, I think yeah, in the sprint a lot of things possible. I think, yeah, for sure he's the man to beat. So yeah, we just have to focus on being in position ourselves and trying to get the best run into the sprint, and then yeah, we believe we can beat him.
Finally, Olaf, on your new team, Decathlon, you also work closely with sprint coach Mark Renshaw. How is it to start this collaboration with him and the experience he has and the eyes of sprinting?
Yeah, I think it's really something specific within cycling, this sprinting. So yeah, someone with the experience he has is yeah, for sure brings something extra. I think yeah, it can really be. Yeah, like I said, it's a bit different dynamic than a lot of other things in cycling. So it's nice to have him on board.
Good luck today, Olaf.
Well, of course, a great chance of adding to his stage success. Interesting insight there, and it's an interesting observation, really, isn't it, about sprint coaches and how they've arrived into cycling with the sort of greater frequency, or the more evident, indeed, than they have been in recent years. And Mark Renshaw, of course, is a big name. He was a very important lead-out man back in the day. And on your team, John, as well, of course, Marcel Kittel on board these days, and he's been valuable. The arrival of Dylan Groenewegen as well to the Unibet Rose Rockets. How important is a sort of a specialist sprint coach, and how much are they adding? How much added value is there?
I'd say really, really big. There's a big... If the relationship between the sprint coach, of course, and the rider really gel, then you can really make something special. And I think it's all those, the experience, the way, or understanding the sprinter, how they want to be delivered. And then that sprint coach can really make sure that's executed in the right way. And of course, all the sprinters have different ways of getting to this result. So of course, as we all know, some coaches don't fit with certain riders or athletes across different sports, but I think when they come together and they find that working relationship working really well, yeah, it really changes the whole the dynamic in those sprints, and it really allows specificity as well. You know, with if you take out Decathlon CMA CGM at the moment, led by Luke Rowe, who's leading the whole race as a whole, as the Tour de France. But then Mark Renshaw comes in for these sprint stages, and that really allows him to go fully into depth. He missed the first few stages of the Tour to do recons of the sprint days. So all that added benefit, the more people you have involved, it allows you to do more things and more in more detail and more professionally. So a real positive thing, I think, and especially with how we are now lucky to have all the data points, all these new science that comes into cycling and the professional sport world, that feeling and the racing expertise is still trumps it all, in my opinion. That's still the most important.
Yeah, more resource that you can put into the analysis, that's certainly has a value. But presumably too, Brian, the psychology of having a sprinter or a sprint lead-out man, or someone who's actually been there right at the coalface, they have that dirt under their fingernails from that experience of being in the middle of the sprint. That will help get, you know, the message to the sprinter in the team as well is going to be more easily absorbed if they know they're talking to, or it's being delivered by someone who's been there.
Of course, it's very, very important. You know, we have specific coaches in other sports for different disciplines. So no real surprise we get the sprint coach. You know, they could do with, you know, looking at something for the GC contenders, the rouleurs at the front. Of course, everybody knows that the sprinter, the lead-out guy, number one, you know, the last man standing, it's a different role entirely, and same for the second last one, the fourth last one. I'm not going to go beyond that because very rarely you get that luxury, but it's all different roles and it's all different approach. It's all, even psychologically, you have to look at it, because I said it, I think at the start of this programme, the biggest thing that the cyclists, maybe not Pogacar, but the biggest thing that cyclists suffer from is confidence, and that's what a coach is there for, to kind of breed that confidence so that you can do your job. But like this, there's doing your job and there's really delivering your job, and that's what a coach is there for, to make sure that he delivers the perfect. And all sprinters suffer with confidence, and at the moment Tim Merlier has the confidence, Olive Coy has the confidence, but the others don't.
Quite some confidence here for Julian Alaphilippe by the looks of things. We're onto this short climb, and he's been found wanting a little bit. They'll hardly be hanging around for him, so that's a little bit of another jour sans, another signal really that Julian Alaphilippe's powers have waned and have not yet returned in the manner that we, or indeed he more particularly, would really have liked. So frustratingly for him, he's gone backwards on a climb that we hadn't really anticipated was likely to play a role. Barely mentioned it in actual fact, but here we are on the Côte d'Illy Chavannes, or the Billy Chavannes Côte as it might be called in other parts of the world. So the Cat 4 climb, 1400 metres, 5%. We'd have a little bit of a contest at the top for that single point and the prize money on offer, but we're a little bit surprised to see Alaphilippe going out the back here.
No, not at all. I said that right from the start. To ride at 50 kilometres an hour for what they're doing here, it's going to take its toll. So as soon as you hit the small drag, Charmeg took the first one, he's going to take the second one. It does take its toll. Not many riders can really ride at this pace for so long, and that's what the peloton were pushing this breakaway to ride hard. When we had Roman Bardet in the motorbike saying that these guys were pushing on because they wanted to try and kind of break the peloton. That's hard. Riding at 50 kilometres an hour all day is very, very difficult, and it does take its toll. And unfortunately for Alaphilippe, you can do it on the kind of flat rolling, but as soon as you hit a lot of drag like this, just nothing left.
Yeah, now they're down to just 3. Maybe they will rue not quite being able to let, or not willing to let, whichever way it was, Liam Slock in, because just 3 riders, and we didn't have to wait very long before we pick up the front of the bunch. There's going to be no issue really for George Bennett. He'll set a steady tempo on this climb and keep those other chasers hereabouts.
And quite interesting now, Decathlon, CMA, CGM have brought a rider to the front to contribute to that chase. I think the team there can afford to use some of the climbers today, use some of that mountain team that we haven't been able to see on previous days. And I believe Dan Hula is back to his best as well after that sickness. We saw how unwell he's been, so that took that top end off away from Dan Hula. So if he's back to 95% as a minimum, he's going to be an added benefit for the lead out for Olaf Koy.
I think we have to just flag up the point that we talked about at the start. Alpecin Premier Tech deciding that the breakaway was what they wanted to try and grab today, and they failed to do that. But the fact that they've done absolutely nothing today at the front, it's not because they're saving their firepower. We already know that they've ridden all day in other stages and still put Philipsen in the right place, but they are totally not interested in helping at all. I don't think they have to anyway, but they're just not putting anybody in the wind, anybody to help. And if they steal it today, they might be a little bit embarrassed about it.
First of the breakaway riders back in the fold. Somewhat disappointed Julian Alaphilippe. He will try again. He only knows one way. He's got such an attacking style, and he's so admired, he's so loved indeed in the sport, and very specifically in France, of course. And they will remember what he's given them, the entertaining moments, and fingers crossed we're going to get one or two more before the end of this particular event. Meanwhile, Ankorn sets himself to the task. The big engines are starting to fire, but still it's at 1 minute and 10 seconds or so. Very controllable, you would imagine, with 35 kilometres yet to ride. But they're going to ask those questions, and I suppose we remember that it was just Liam Sloch, and that went deep into the final a few days ago. And it was just one rider that they were chasing down ultimately. That was a 3-rider breakaway on stage 8. And yeah, we'll see whether these 3 riders, how they're going to be whittled down, and how many will still be alive to fight their way through to the end. In a breakaway sense, who's going to turn out to be the strongest? Will it be Charmigue? Will it be Mathis Labert? Or will it be Nelson Oliveira? All of whom have reputations as well developed indeed experience in this race in the past.
The big problem you've got is the 3 riders in front that are left now haven't had a moment to relax all day today, and that is the benefit to the peloton. And Liam Sloch, they were holding them on the short rope, but for much of the stage they never kind of had to push on like they are doing now. This is why we're seeing almost kind of record pace, and we're still on kind of record pace for the stage. It will take its toll, and unfortunately I give the breakaway absolutely no chance today. It's totally different circumstances. These guys are not hanging around. I think the big question is, why Alpecin Premier Tech have decided not to do anything at all. They were very active earlier on, but they decided we're not going to do anything. And I think kind of rubbing up the other teams that are riding at the front in the wrong way.
Does that in its own way have a potential psychological benefit, that you kind of wind them up a little bit, but you show that you don't care, and there's a sort of a cockiness and arrogance that may actually have a value in helping Jasper Philipsen?
Well, if Philipsen wins today, then the teams that are riding on the front won't like it at all. And tomorrow it'll be interesting to see, well, if Philipsen wins today, then I'll tell you what, guys, you never rode with us yesterday. I'll tell you what, if you want a sprint today, you ride all day yourselves.
Do all day, yeah, the whole, and it will likely be another opportunity, similar opportunity tomorrow, 1,800 metres of climbing. So it's about 350 metres more of climbing, and about 18, 19 kilometres longer. So not much to choose between it. Just 3 classified climbs tomorrow, nothing particularly challenging. So again, likely to be a sprint tomorrow, and the day after, another potential opportunity. Well, we're into the closing stages now of Tour de France Stage 11. We're over the halfway point in the Tour as we race through today. It's been a brisk pace, to say the least. And Milan Fretin has been at the back quite a bit, actually. He got a bike change earlier on, Not sure whether they've done another bike change, maybe to get him back on his race bike, but we did see him puncturing quite a while ago at the moment. He's picked up on the team car, and no doubt he will. I mean, it can't be that easy to come back in the cars when they're racing along at 55, 60 kilometers an hour for most of the day. There, cruising along a mere 65, 66 kilometers an hour, maybe a slightly aided by the gradient, but it's been close to pound flat. And there's Aguirre back in the main peloton at the moment. His teammate and the rider that they'll be looking out for is Milan Fretan. He's in the, rider's down, oh goodness me, and at such speed you can imagine that was a real shock to the system for one or two riders. That's Zimmerman, Georg Zimmerman, that has got up the most gingerly, I might say, and Ben O'Connor as well is also.
I think the telltale sign there was a musette involved with this one, so I can only think that he got kind of tangled up trying to take the musette there, or it went into his wheel or something like that, and came down, taking a few riders with him, unfortunately. All the time, these are always the danger zones. This is normally a place where you wouldn't want your GC or your sprinter to get involved with, but you know, there's always dangers around feeding at the side of the road.
Goodness me, and it's a fast feed as well, isn't it? Really tough to grab a bag in that situation, so potential for chaos there, John.
Yeah, it's so dangerous, and whatever happens, it seems even when it's really easy and steady, there's always that danger in the feed zones, and yeah, sometimes a little bit of loss of concentration, but the high speeds we've had as well. One person makes a little mistake and that's it. Yeah, and also the other issue, you're looking ahead, you're almost looking ahead for your soigneurs, your helpers on the side of the road, so you don't really see the touch of wheels or the incident on the inside. You're kind of looking over it to see if you can see where your bottle is or where your musette is. So yeah, there's
what's the etiquette around? We often think about a Madison and the way they do Madison changes, and you never go under a change and all that kind of thing. I kind of imagine going through feed stations a little bit more chaotic, but there must be an etiquette around it, or exactly what are the rules, or how do you play it?
You really point out everyone needs, if you want a bottle or you want anything, you need to make sure you go to the right hand side, and there's always, you do leave space for each other. If you're saying, can I just get through here, my guys are just on the right, they're in 50 meters, so you let each other go where you can. But unfortunately, it's not like in the World Championships or Euros, every team has a perfect base. If you see at the World Championships, everyone has a tent and they feed at that exact point every time. But in a feed zone, there's no order. It's whoever gets there first, and then they get the best spot.
Well, problems here for Jan Tratnik, and he's pretty excited to get back on his bike as quickly as possible because they're not hanging around today. Georg Zimmerman's going to struggle, I think, to get back into this peloton today. He's going to just work his way into it. But Jan Tratnik, I think, wants to be there, at the very least, to support Remco Evenepoel, Florian Lipovitz, and make sure that they're escorted safely through to the closing moments of this. Oh, there you go, look at that. Alpecin Premier Tech on the front of the peloton. Sylvain Dellier's arrived. Wonder what Jasper Philipsen thinks about his prospects today.
Jasper Philipsen so far close but no cigar in the bunch sprints. But this guy next to Mathieu, he took a stage win. Had it take some of your pressure away that he got a win to the team?
Yeah, of course, it makes a big change for the team, for the momentum of the team, also for the atmosphere in the team. Win is always important, and yeah, if Mathieu he can deliver this victory for the team, it was also a relief for us, and we go with open view to this stage as well.
There's been some remarkable lead-outs, the way you guys have been in the front and so on and so on. Is there something, I know it's easy for me to ask, is there something you would have liked to change going into this bunch sprint?
According to this bunch sprint?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think we just have to keep doing what we're doing, and then results will follow sooner or late. Hopefully this tour, we're gonna work for it. We did everything that we could, and the legs should be there. So yeah, just stick to the plan, and we see what the result will be.
In Bordeaux, I promised you a red wine. If you want, what would you like today if I meet you in protocol?
I don't know what's typical for the finish line.
I'll surprise you. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll have to look it up. Now, what tipple is going to be waiting Jasper Philipsen? And yeah, there is a bit of a change, isn't there, at the front, because the Team Picnic Post Donella put the big engines on the front. He's a climber, really, isn't he? But, Frank van den Broek will throw himself into the work of trying to provide an armchair ride to the finish for Pavel Bittner and take the worry out of it a little bit. Sylvain Dillier up to assist for the Alpecin Premier Tech squad. Inside 30 to go. They've decided now is the time to make a contribution, and well, they won't get in trouble with the rest of the bunch then.
Yeah, it seems the teams have had a conversation together. I think in the team cars, you go and speak to each other. You ask for, yeah, maybe just ask all those teams. Yeah, if we all put one rider there and share it out, then we can bring this breakaway back. And even though there is 3 riders, exactly as Brian was saying earlier, how fast it's been to go a little bit faster to try and bring them back when you're averaging over 50 kilometers an hour already. It's a big effort, and this is exactly the reason why now we just see the teams bring in riders there. Let's make sure we get this breakaway back. Let's not have any hesitation, and then you go out and do battle.
The other thing I can't stress is, you know, we were just talking about it before Alpecin came up with Sylvain Dillier. It would be really frowned upon from the other sprinter teams if they didn't do any work. Okay, they're coming up inside 30 kilometres to go, but it's the small things that help. You know, that it's. I think the breakaway would have still come back without Picnic and Alpecin coming back. But it's just these small gestures. Put a rider towards the front. You know, it's always something like Mark Cavendish used to speak about. He used to spit feathers if someone won and never did any work all day. And of course, why would anybody work with Soudal Quick-Step anyway today? Because he's won 2 stages. You know, he looks invincible, especially the last sprint he had. And you know, you want to put the onus on them, but such as professional cycling nowadays, that you know, you want to put a rider towards the front, you want to help, you want to give your sprinter the best opportunity, and the best opportunity as always is just putting a rider to try and control things. But now Alpecin Premier Tech have put one rider up in Sylvain Dillier. He's been the rider riding the most in the sprint stages at the front, coming up very late, doing a little bit of work. But you know, if Philipsen wins, then there'll be no problems. Tomorrow they'll go out and do exactly the same.
Interesting to see as well, Aurélien Paré-Pontre struggling to get himself back into the line. He went up and did a turn, but he's very much a climber, isn't he, for the decathlon squad? And I've no doubt he'll try and ride his way through and make another appearance. But Olaf Koy, it's a different situation for that team, isn't it? Because they don't really have a huge lead-out train available. They don't have many big engines to do this kind of work, do they?
No, not as such. And that's why they're using the climbers early on. Sacrifice them, use them. I think there's enough, you know, pure lead-out teams. I think Soudal Quick-Step are always some of the best lead-out riders in the world, but the lead-outs are really changing, especially at this year's Tour de France. There isn't like a pure lead-out against lead-out like we used to see 10, 15 years ago. Some stages that is coming back, and that is the correct way of doing it. But most of the time now, the fight is so intense, and there's a big mix of sprinters who are able to compete. So you almost just want to put them in the right place with 3 or 4 teammates. Then those teammates can find the right wheels and surf and follow. So there's a few different ways of doing it.
Do you know what? I was told this about 25, 30 years ago. But this was when we were talking about fashion, right? keep a hold of them high-wasters because they'll come back in fashion one day. And they did, right? And it's the same with cycling, sprinting, right? This is what they were doing 30 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Just putting your sprinter into the mix and, you know, let them do the thing at the end.
It's pre-Cipollini. We were talking about the fastest ever stage. I mean, Cipollini and after him Pataki, I mean, they had this extraordinary engine, an entire team. I mean, is it possible to design that again? I mean, you say
it'll come back in 20, 30 years. Declan, it'll come back in 20, 30 years.
Okay, I'll hang on for that one, yeah. And my high wasters. Are they back yet? Down to 47 seconds. There's an air of inevitability about this, but nonetheless, I mean, they were not for allowing even, you know, the very semblance of a tiny possibility that these three out front could possibly endure all the way to the finish line. Having said that, I mean, they're not back yet. And now, if they have anything left, they'll switch on. But it's been such a fast stage. Whatever you say about a tailwind, the tailwind has been really small. It's been only 8 to 10 kilometers an hour. It's not like it's been gale force, so it's not really been that much of an influence.
Yeah, they really are looking laboured now. You can see from that slight kind of drag in their faces now, so they're really tired riding at this fast pace.
Not much to choose between the pace at the front of the race. Sharmik in the middle is always kind of pulling faces. That's his natural way, but he's got a lot of power and he's a great asset to the Uno X team. Did understand that the way that they were going to set up was for Søren Wernskjold, and it depends really on how he feels after yesterday's crash and rolling in last man in yesterday's stage, but that he kind of likes to set up you know, and find his own way through, and that Sharmik would support, and also what is it, the other rider, Anders Halland Johannesson, I think was the other rider that they mentioned, who would set up just behind him and kind of escort him through the bunch and be there available should he need to fix a little bit of a problem, find himself at a gap to close or whatever. Slightly different approach.
It's a hard enough job than, you know, just saying that, to follow your sprinter and be there just to move him up at the right time, or just to give him a little bit of shelter is difficult to do.
Yeah. Does provide a bit of security behind your sprinter if your sprinter is getting a lot of attention or is finding that other people are fighting for his wheel, but I'm not entirely sure that Wernskjold will be in that particular category. Now let's hear from Romain Bardet. He's been out on the bike all day. What are his thoughts and observations?
We have seen now more teams committing to the chase in the peloton, trying to reduce the gap to the breakaway. I think it's also more because most of the sprinter teams, like Picnic, also Decathlon, CMA, CGM, they want to be able to have all their riders in a very good position, because it will be really crucial to approach this 6K mark, where there is a sharp left corner to go then into the safe zone with the most possible guys around the sprinter there, because after that it will be really hard to get back in. And also that's really combining GC ambition and also doing the best possible lead out for the sprinter. So there is the really tension building now in the peloton before this corner. Back to the commentators.
Thanks, Romain. Always good to get the insight from the peloton and from that motorcycle supporting these riders today. The temperatures hovering around about 32 degrees Celsius throughout the day. It's been incredibly hot out there. Not quite as hot perhaps as they've endured in days previously, but that doesn't mean it's been an easy run for them. And one wonders, we can only speculate I suppose, and just how Tim Merlier feels about this particular stage. Mentioned how difficult the temperatures were for him yesterday and how frustrated he was to go out at the back early on and need the support of his teammates. So one wonders how he's recovering and planning for the final moments of this stage. This is what Romain was mentioning to us, and that's the the key moment, really, that everybody needs to be in position for that left-hander, and then the right-hander that comes with 6.5 kilometres to go. And of course, it's outside that 5k zone, the all-important critical 5k zone for the GC riders.
Yeah, that's also what Max Cantor and Astana have said as well. You know, if anything happens, and it's slightly narrower roads as well, so if anything was to happen, you don't want to get caught behind the crash.
Ja, begin now. Yeah, you can start. The time you have to come down now. 1 minute 04.
Dylan Van Barle sent to work for the Soudal Quick-Step squad on behalf of Tim Merlier, who, as we said, suffered in the heat yesterday, suffered on the hills, has the responsibility, and was supported brilliantly by his team. One wonders how he's recovered overnight.
Yeah, I think he called for that there. We never heard him speaking on the radio, but that was the response. So, like we heard just before, that, you know, what's the weather going to be like? Well, the weather is going to be fine all the way to the finish. So the information from the people on the ground at ASO, thinking that in the last hour we're going to see rain, I don't think that's going to come to fruition. But yeah, just asking. It's funny sometimes, and I've been in a situation that they're keen to work. You know, some of the riders will be asking, can I go at the front, can I do this, and that's, you're sitting there as a manager in a team car, that just brings a smile to your face, that they're so keen, they want to do it.
Yeah, that's what you want, is they're all chomping at the bit, and you're having to restrain them, almost rein them in, and release them at exactly the right moment. What is going to be the right moment for this one? Down to 40 seconds, still 18 and a bit kilometres to go, but the gap has to come back. That's the instruction from the Soudal Quick-Step team car. NSN starting to move up. They haven't been found wanting today, and Biniam Girmay is certainly not going to be embarrassed about attempting to sprint to glory today. We'll see whether he manages to achieve it. If he does, it will be a 4th career stage success in Tour de France, to go with his points jersey victory in 2024. Charming, though, and friends, starting to pull all sorts of faces. It's more down than up from now through to the finish line, by the way. There's a couple of little spikes, but it's the sort of net gain or whatever of meters. It's actually a negative, and it's ever so slightly downhill for the remaining 20 kilometres at this stage.
He looks the strongest, Charmig, for Uno X. Of course, he won that stage in Tour de Auvergne. Okay, there was a climb towards the end, and he went over the top of that and sealed victory in that race. So he's not going to get that springboard today. But, you know, not deciding to go alone, using the others. But he seems to be doing the most driving, the most work at the front of this 3-man group. But unfortunately, you know, the gap is coming down. They will be caught. You know, the charge is on from behind.
Blowing bubbles in the break at the moment. Not a bad year, I think, to go looking for bidons in Tour de France. The consumption is, I think, at record levels through the heat haze. Oh, there's a Tour de France image, if ever there is one. Still 3 up front. Julian Alaphilippe. He's out the back of the main peloton now, isn't he? And Mathis Lebert, proud moment for the young Frenchman, 25 years of age, overall winner of Tour de Normandie in 2022, which helped him up and into the big show. This is his 4th full season as a professional racing cyclist. Or has he got a deal for next year? All these long boulevards, these long avenues, not providing any out of sight, out of mind opportunity now. The gap down to just inside 2/3 of a minute. So there's breakaway riders and the vehicles that support them very much in evidence. And that's a fabulous image too, isn't it? That takes them all the way to the 15k to go sign, and that peloton is hovering. It's looming. It's looming large.
Yeah, only 600 metres of a difference between the breakaway. Just saw Charmig pull his foot out there. Was it just a twist? But just watch his right foot. It seems to pull it out just a moment ago and clipped it back in. But yeah, but 600 metres of a difference between the peloton, led by multiple teams. We've had Soudal, Astana and NSN. Decathlon then put a rider up. Now we've had the Alpecin and then Picnic, so plenty of riders earning the right to fight for this sprint, and it looks as if it's going to be a fight, a prize fight at that. Merlier for me still is the favourite, don't care what anybody says. He got through yesterday's stage, maybe didn't want his team or got a little bit embarrassed that they had to go back and kind of help him, but by all accounts the shots that I saw at the finishing line, he seemed in good spirits, and I think he still is the man to beat.
Yeah, almost all of the sprinters, the big name sprinters indeed, were in the same group or within a minute of each other at the end. So, you know, the final knockings of that stage, we did hear from Niels Pollitt, and he said, to be honest, it wasn't a bad day in the gruppetto yesterday. Mind you, easy for him to say, because Mads Pedersen was making jokes about how hard he was driving it and how they need to reduce the length of his arms for a very peculiarly Danish reason.
Just be aware that this
ultimate
pinch
insult.
point, this pinch point is rather severe, this one.
Oh, scary.
Oops. Oop. Yeah, all through safely. And we can see that the yellow jersey is, you know, he's not towards the front. We remind everybody that the GC guys have had this pact that they wouldn't get involved.
And it's a useful thing, isn't it? It's reduced the stress levels for all of GC teams and indeed for the sprint teams as well.
Yeah, hugely, because that was always a big beef between each of them. The GC riders not wanting to lose time, and the sprinters don't want the GC guys because they were getting in the way and, you know, higher risk of crash. So there is a bit of an agreement that the GC riders wouldn't get involved with the sprint finishes.
Charming's body language suggests that he's not about to capitulate anytime soon in peloton. Through that long left-hander and the pace today, the fact that the drawn taut, that helped that pinch point be negotiated, I suspect, without any difficulty. The run into the finale, Brian, looks to be relatively benign, but there are a few issues inside the final 1,100 metres that need to be negotiated for the riders. They've got to go across a level crossing as well, although it looks like a relatively smooth one, and I feel confident that for the Tour de France, and so close to the finish that we're not going to have any interruption from a train, that'll be controlled. So,
yeah, I don't think so. That will already be planned, and it is the Tour de France, and if it was, I think it would be stopped. But then again, from what we're hearing from a lot of the riders that we've interviewed and the teams, that it's relatively straightforward. But in a relatively straightforward sprint, there's always a lot of difficulty, because it's the more technical sprint, the easier it is to stay. You put yourself in a position and you kind of stay in that position. And a sprint like this, it just becomes like a washing machine and very, very difficult and cagey. So yeah, a straightforward run in, but I think on the other extreme it will be rather chaotic.
Well, Frank van den Broek's working to try and create a situation for Pavel Bittner to improve on his best place of 5th in this year's Tour de France, 5th, 11th and 16th in reverse order of his finishing positions in the sprint so far. So Picnic Post NL looking to try and create something a little bit special. Carural are the only team in the race who haven't had a top 10. So Fernando Gaviria, a little bit of pressure on his shoulders. Best finish for him is 13th so far. And the Colombian, I won't say veteran, he's just 32 years of age, but he'll look to try and be presented. We see him in the body of the main peloton at the moment. He's got one rider in front of him. Meanwhile, Mads Pedersen is cruising along. No plans to move up anytime soon. Similarly, Tim Merlier, number 91, just to the right of that of the green jersey with the yellow helmet. That's Merlier, two-time stage winner. Chapeau and congratulations to these two men. Pascal Encorn and George Bennett have done their work. They'll pull the pin, roll in and try and begin the recovery process to do it all again tomorrow, as and from now.
I think we've mentioned the most of the sprinters that have got riders riding towards the front already. Just going to throw maybe at least one other rider into the mix, or two I'm going to throw into the mix. Not really mentioned Jaco Alula. They've still got Ackerman. Okay, in the last year or so he hasn't showed the big form that he had before, but he's still in it. I can see the purple jerseys trying to kind of look after him. And also Bahrain Victoria still have Phil Bauhaus, the German sprinter.
Yeah, and plenty of Germans abound. Pascal Ackermann, as you mentioned, He's a man who's enjoyed success in multiple Grand Tours in the past, although ultimately best result of second in this race. So he'll be looking for something a little bit more impressive, and signs that he's just starting to make a little bit of a comeback to his best work. Michael Matthews as well has looked good on the attack, not going for the bunch gallops of late. Pascal Ackermann with a 7th place finish from the most recent sprint. So that's why we're seeing those purple jerseys in evidence close to the front. A little bit of that washing machine starting to develop. Still 20 seconds to find to close this one down. A few roundabouts to be negotiated. The catch is inevitable. The order approaching the sprint yet to be decided. Down to the final 10 kilometres of this 11th stage of Tour de France. It's been entertaining fare throughout the day. It's been certainly a brisk progress, potentially a record stage on offer, record speed indeed. We'll see whether we can breach that 50.3 kilometres per hour speed recorded by Mario Cipollini in winning the 4th stage of the Tour de France in 1999. Now that's minor consideration. Of major consideration to these riders is the prospect of hanging on like grim death out there at the moment. And that's is that Gaviria, I think, that could well.
Yeah, I think it looks like that. We are on 50.8 at the moment, so you know, it does look as if with the 9.3 to go, we are going to see that. But unfortunately, Gaviria, well, he was perfectly poised about a week ago in a sprint in 3rd place there, but just never was able to deliver and was taken over towards the barriers in the end by Philipsen. But yeah, not sprinted today, which is a big disappointment for Gaviria and the new team here after so many years away, Caja.
Well, that looks to me as if Gaviria's, that looks more than a mechanical issue, doesn't it? It looks as if he's suffering a bit there. Or
no, I think if he's got a puncture there, he's just drifting back. You got to remember their team car is well back, so he's deciding that, well, there's nothing he can do. You try and ride it, but sometimes you cannot ride a soft tyre. So he's just going to throw in the white towel, unfortunately.
This is the first Tour de France in over a century that doesn't have a team using tubular tyres, I'm given to understand. Once upon a time, you could ride on a tub with a leaking tyre for an extended period of time, but on the tubeless tyres, albeit they do use that tube sealant, which tends to fix the problem slightly, but sometimes with a catastrophic failure can make things even more challenging. But at any rate, Fernando Gaviria is really going to struggle to get back, and I wouldn't expect that we're going to see Caja Rural in the mix, certainly not with Fernando Gaviria at any rate. See how they play it through to the finish line, but it's the Astana team who've done lots of chasing and riding today, with Vinokurov on the front for them, hard on the left-hand side, just to their right, the Bahrain Victoria squad in the darker blue jerseys. Phil Bauhaus is German rider for them, the Lotto Intermarché squad, 2 in line, a couple of Cofidis in front of them, so it's Milan Fretta that will go for glory, as indeed will Hubart. So will it be Jenno Bergmus? We're still fascinated to see how Lotto Intermarché are playing their cards, but at the moment it looks as if Bergmus actually is just second in line of those two riders for the Lotto at the moment, and he had Liam Slock, big engine in front of him. Liam Slock knows what it's like to hold off the peloton at least until the final 1500 metres. I'm not so sure these riders are going to get all the way to the final 1500.
Well, we've mentioned that pact about the GC riders. Important corner coming up with 6 kilometres to go, so in 1300 metres, 1200 metres now. But on the left hand side of the road, Red Bull, Bora Hansgrohe have got Lipovic and of course Evenepoel up towards the front, and that helicopter shot couldn't see any of the other kind of GC contenders, but I can say that the green jersey has moved up towards the front. So no UAE Team Emirates towards the front, no Visma. You can see the yellow jersey there, but just on the right hand side, Evenepoel and Lipovic are definitely there.
Look at the intensity about things as the break is overhauled. The peloton really hits it in a big way, because they want to get down and into this series of bends, and this is not a good time really for these three riders to be overhauled, because they need to stay hard left or hard right, and they need to understand that this is a peloton that is absolutely flat, chaps. And just as they come down here, we understand from Romain Bardet, who's just done it on the motorcycle, that is really, really tricky indeed. Will everyone be able to make it through here safely? It's a huge important moment for the GC riders, for Tadej Pogačar and the other Jersey contenders. They'll want to stay out of trouble and stay upright and stay in the group that they're in, at least for another 1,100 metres.
Yeah, Lebert, well, he wants to try and keep on going, but you know, the peloton are definitely on them. It looks like Tiesj Benoot is leading the peloton here for Decathlon. Numbers up there for Warrens Colt. So, like I said before, as soon as that adrenaline kicks in, he is being looked after. He's the third rider of the Uno X team. NSN came up. Soudal are there in numbers. In fact, Merlier is just propped in about 4th, 5th position in the left-hand side.
Yeah, beautifully done from Merlier, and beautifully judged. Quite a way further back, just a couple of kilometres ago, as indeed was Mats Pedersen, who's much in evidence close to the front. The three out front have been retained. Chapeau, congratulations, they made it almost to the 5k to go point. Tiesj Benoot, double agenda for him, wants to protect Paul Sexas, their best placed rider on GC, in 5th place overall, and of course they want to make sure that it's going to be an armchair ride to the finish for Olaf Koy. Chapeau, congratulations, handshakes all round from our 3 remaining breakaway riders, as we are a complete peloton, gunning for glory and heading down into Nevers at the end of stage 11.
That's why it's important to get position. I know there's still a long way to go to the finishing line, and we heard from Max Canter, it was at kilometre 6 to go, that you had to have a good position. You can see him up there in the centre behind the French champion there, because all of a sudden, because it happens in many races, especially the classics, you get yourself into position, the road kind of narrows down a little bit, they block it across the road. 5 kilometres to go, it's blocked across, so the effort that you've actually made to get into position, no one else can move now because the road is blocked. Still too far out for a team to kind of take it on, because you've got to remember, micro teams is 4 riders from Decathlon on the right hand side. NSN have got 2 riders in front of Gurmai. 4.8 kilometres is too far to go to take this on, so we see this block, and you want to kind of try and spread out a little bit, make sure you're in position for, you know, when you get inside the last kind of 3 kilometres, and then you can kind of open up. But there's nobody moving in this peloton at the moment.
Well, oddly enough, no sign of Paul Sexas up front, so there's very much to protect and present Olaf Koy, but no doubt he's safely down towards the back of the peloton and gravitating around the yellow jersey of Tadej Pogačar and others. Control, and the pace, which was frenetic, it was all on all day, eases ever so slightly. Tadej Pogačar happy enough to usher Niels Pollitt in front of him. Isaac Del Toro stays dutifully on the shoulder. And Gaviria, that was impressive.
Yeah, slap in the backside, get up there from Pogačar.
Well, Fernando Gaviria, we thought his chances of bidding for glory for Caja Rural, or bidding at least for a top 10, a first top 10 of this event, were at an end, but he'll try and pick his way through this group. 4 to go in the Netcompany Ineos squad, just in front of the Colombian rider. Dorian Godon for them, potentially.
He just
someone
who
might be interested.
Godon just waved, you know, if you want by it, look behind. So, you know, Godon knows that Gaviria wants to try and get up there. As I said just before, very little opportunity to move up, but Gaviria seems to be doing it, but he's getting a little bit of respect from Pogačar there. Godon just kind of waved, say, you know, if you want to pass, because the only place to pass is at each side of the road, so it's all blocked off. The tempo is knocked off for the moment anyway. Everybody just preparing for the last couple of kilometres now.
It's remarkable, isn't it? It's relatively narrow roads, not dissimilar to this, all the way to the finish line from here. Could they, you know, cruise into the world's slowest wind-up for a Tour de France sprint?
I've seen this before, actually. You get yourself in position, and you know the frustration starts to, and this is where it starts getting a little bit dangerous now. The closer we get to the finish, the more you take a bit of risk. I have to get up there, I have to move up. You find yourself on the grass in the gutter that side of the road, and you know that's where crashes happen. Just look at Gaviria on the right hand side. He's gingerly trying to kind of move up, but nobody's moving at all. He's done well to get where he is.
Yeah, he needs the help of others, and that not necessarily will be forthcoming given his reputation, but he's managed to make his way up and onto the tail of a teammate, and that in turn is on the tail of Matthias Vacek. But Mads Pedersen, Vacek's teammate and the green jersey holder, nestling comfortably in row 2, make that row 1, happy enough to cut through the breeze at the moment because it's position of maximum opportunity right on the front of a less fast moving peloton than it has done all day. So on the left hand side of the picture, the Decathlon CMA CGM team for Olaf Koy. Mads Pedersen flying solo at the moment. He'll have a teammate thereabouts to see what's possible. Milan Fretin won't be too far from the front. We see Cofidis jerseys in evidence. Lotto Intermarché as well. Is it for Hubart? So will it be ultimately for Jenno Bergmos today, or will they get the chance to freelance between the two of them? The Uno X squad with those yellow helmets and red and yellow jerseys. Well, they've got Søren Werenskjold trying to improve on his best performance so far. Second place finish.
Here we go. We're packed like sardines at the moment, just waiting for the first team to actually start to push. And I think it was NSN on the left-hand side. They've got 2 riders, so they saw the 2 kilometres to go. That was obviously the plan. So 2 kilometres to go, full-on effort now to help Girmay. The reaction came from Decathlon as well, with Darren Höhler, Kees Bol, and of course Olaf Koy. So this gives a moment for some of the teams that may be out of position, including Alpecin, Premier Tech on the right-hand side, to start to move up. So now it's stretched out, teams are starting to move.
2 NSNs hit it, and we've lost 1 already. Are they going to be able to control all the way to the finish line from here? The Uno X squad and Decathlon in line astern as Girmay manages to pick up on Olaf Koy. Behind him, you've got Jasper Philipsen with 1 rider. Matthew van der Poel, we can only presume, is thereabouts. The Astana team trying to put Canter where he needs to be. Cofidis have a rider, Milan Fretin, gunning for them today. And into the final 1100 metres, we've got that series of sweepers across the railway tracks, and now we've got a straight hit all the way to the line from here, and now this peloton is stretched out into the final 800 metres. Who can get themselves best organised? Who can recover here? And Tim Merlier is going to come with the late show, and we've seen that before. Is it going to work out, and will he be able to pick his way through? Bittner has at least 1 rider as well for the Picnic Post and L squad. Everyone trying to time their run to absolute perfection as Stuyven moves out of the way, and they've allowed the Decathlon CMA CGM team to steal a march here. Are they going to be able to? And here comes Matthews indeed, who's going to sprint for the Jaco Alula squad. Søren Werenskjold's gunning for glory here. Jasper Philipsen with the late show. Matthews is out of it. Girmay is trying to move up as well. And where is Philipsen? Well, it's at the death, and it is. Would you believe it? Werenskjold gets up to get the glory for the Uno X squad, and I thought he was going to be swamped and overtaken, but no, he hung on. And what about that for a recovery from last man to first man? Søren Werenskjold gets the victory on stage 11.
Wow, wow, wow. How often does that happen? Last man yesterday, as you've already said, first man today, and I don't think they can quite believe it. They're looking, they're waiting for confirmation. Guys, you've won the stage, and Werenskjold from the crash he had yesterday, they cannot believe what they are seeing.
What an incredible performance. Remarkable stuff, and instantly he's swamped by the world's media and teammates.
Did that just happen?
You've done it. A first stage success in Tour de France. Another glorious success for the Uno X squad. They continue to surprise. Look at the overhead here.
Oh, Philipsen nearly crashed on the left-hand side there, but I tell you what, he took a big risk coming up the barrier there, chased down Kees Bol. Ackerman was coming there, and Philipsen, well, he get blocked a little bit, but talking about blocked, Merlier's not there, but Philipsen was coming with speed, but so was Olaf Koy, and I think Olaf Koy just gets second place there. Looked like Aaron Buru was also up there as well for Cofidis, but Gaviria in the background. Merlier, well, he got himself out of position. It just didn't work for him today, but I tell you what, making that effort with the ball in front, that was incredible there. It just that manoeuvre up the right hand side of the roads near to the barriers, was the difference in the day. There was a bit of hesitation when everybody moved to the left-hand side, and Philipsen got kind of barged a little bit. This man made his move in the right-hand side, and it was the right move at the right time.
He's trying to absorb the enormity of the achievement, and it could take a little while for the 26-year-old. 6 top 10s in his career to this point.
Wonder how his hand feels.
Yeah.
Anton.
That's confirmation. You have done it. Well done, Søren Værenskjold, the victor of stage 11, ahead of Olaf Koy and Jasper Philipsen. Fretan Hubarts Girmay back in 6th. Turgis, Russo, Gaviri into the top 10. Pascal Ackermann it was for Jaco, just at the outer reaches of the top 10. But that was a chaotic and messy sprint.
Yeah, just watch this. There's a lot of barging. When it moves to this left-hand side, you can see Philipsen get pushed out of it. There's a move there in the right-hand side there, just next to Gaviri in the almost in the barriers there. But yeah, he said he's not the fastest, but definitely a strong sprinter, and he proved that today.
Steals a march on the rest. They weren't going to overhaul him from here. It's Søren Værenskjold that takes the glory on stage 11. Beautifully timed, beautifully judged. It was brave. It was powerful. And it was beautifully played, bearing the scars of yesterday's battle and today. The victory goes to the Uno X squad. What does this mean to the entire team? Well, they've worked today, trying to get in the break, eventually did achieve that. They got free pass. They've been involved in everything today, and ultimately have come up with the victory for Søren Værenskjold. The first victory in Tour de France, and Magnus Kort, the Danish champion, he'll be as thrilled as anyone. Let's hear from him.
Just a quick comment on this fantastic day for Uno X at the Tour de France. Tell us something about this win of Värens.
Yeah, it's great. You know, we, like every team, we dream about the win. We have been second now 2 times on 2 stages, and then he just did it. He's the master of these chaotic sprints. Everybody was, of course, fresh. You could see it was going quite easy for a number of kilometers, and yeah, he somehow he found his way right through.
But he also crashed yesterday, and he did the miracle today.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing.
And it's an historical moment for the team. You've been protagonist of some historical moments of the team. But this win at the Tour, we also had one at the Giro. What does it mean?
It means a lot now. We're still a young team, yeah, coming in at the highest level, and it's amazing. Last year we won our first stage in the Tour, and this year we had the yellow for a couple of days, and now another stage win. So it's amazing to be part of this team.
I think you deserve an hotel with air conditioning.
Yeah, thank you.
Best of luck and congratulations.
Thank you.
Sleep tight and don't let the bedbugs bite for all of them, and especially Søren Værenskjold. It's another stunning success. He does deliver important wins. He's not a prolific winner, but when you add in things like Omloop Nieuwsblad from 2025, the overall win in the Baloise Belgium Tour the previous year, overall win in Deutschland Tour, he's starting to rack up some very, very important victories, and now the biggest one of his career to this point. It's a stage success in Tour de France, and after finishing last man and struggling through the stage, well, it's a heartwarming story. Came with a rush, but came too late. He timed it to perfection. Well, Olaf Koy went incredibly close, just a little bit too little too late. Nonetheless, another podium success for the Dutchman with the Decathlon CMA CGM team. He'll probably be a little bit frustrated not to get up, and having tasted glory on stage 5. It's his 5th podium finish, 5th top 3 finish in this event. Great consistency from Olaf Koy. How does he feel about that sprint finish today?
Just a quick one about this Nice sprint, actually. You were close.
Oh yeah, not close enough.
Tell us about the last kilometer, how it was, chaotic or?
Yeah, we were in a good position and we slowed down actually with the bunch because it was a narrow road, and then it was a big acceleration with 2K to go, and yeah, we were in good position with the team, but yeah, I thought yeah, we would still use like Stuyven was still there, but yeah, when Case went, I want to let someone in, but yeah, then I saw a nice gap for Case, and I thought, oh, yeah, maybe if we just all watch each other, he can make it. But no, Wierenskjold came from behind. He didn't hesitate, and then yeah, the gap was too big.
Yeah, that was the deciding move when he accelerated and opened the gap there, and you hesitate, as you said.
Yeah, it's true. So yeah, I just wanted to let 1 or 2 guys in, but before I knew, yeah, he came from momentum, and we all watched each other.
Congratulations anyway.
Thank you.
The second place for Olav Koy, disappointing, as we just heard, but at the same time, quite a performance from him, especially when one considers his start to the season and what he has come back from. The narrowing of the road certainly made this a very, very challenging sprint to the line. Cees Bol set out and struck for victory 500 metres from the finish, and it was Søren Wierenskjold who was the first sprinter to react, and he managed to get on to the wheel of Cees Bol, who looked around and perhaps expected that to be the face of his sprint man, Olav Koy. Koy appears now ducking for the line next to Jesper Philipsen. The victory for Wierenskjold. Well, Pascal Ackermann hit the front quite early there, and you see him in his Jayco colours. The end finished down in 10th place. So exactly a year on from the last Norwegian stage win at the Tour de France. That came in stage 11 in 2025. Another victory here. Let's hear from the man who's won the stage then.
Søren Wierenskjold, you were already very close to a stage success a couple of days ago. You've done it now, but you seemed so surprised.
Yeah, it's. I thought I was too far back, and then it opened up on the right side like it usually doesn't do. But it was a bit same feeling as my first big win in Omloop at Newsblad. That was also like I was too far back, and suddenly I'm at the front, and then yeah, it's unbelievable.
You've been a world champion as an under-23. You've won Newsblad. You now win on the Tour de France. What does it mean for the rider that you are?
It means everything. It's my biggest win so far, and like I said when I came here, I knew that there are 2-3 guys that are faster than me, but if I'm lucky and I have a good sprint like today, then it's possible. And yeah, usually sometimes I have really good confidence and I believe in myself, but there's many times where I feel super tired and yeah, like it's impossible to win here. So yeah, it's crazy that it happened today. Also after the crash I felt really shit in the start, but then my body got going and I felt better in the final with the adrenaline and everything. And yeah, to finish it off for the team, we have some quite highs and lows in this race. So it's incredible to take this win, and I just have to let it sink in, and then I will probably be more happy than I look now, but it's a big surprise for myself.
You look pretty happy. Take us through that sprint, because it was a strange sprint.
Yeah, it was really strange. I knew that we have to be in the front with 6K to go, and then it stopped because all all the favorites were at the front, so they want to take advantage of that. And we had to sprint into the last corners there, so I got a little flush, but I wanted to save some energy. And then, yeah, it opened a gap on the right, and then suddenly I see Cees Bol with a gap. So I just tried to sprint up to him and hold a little bit back and then go from his wheel. So, yeah, but then I saw it was probably 2:50 to go to the finish. So, yeah, it was. I was just waiting for the same thing to happen, like when Merlier passed me the last time. But luckily, it didn't happen this time.
Enjoy the podium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Conseiller régional, Fabien Bazin, président du conseil départemental de la Nièvre, Gabriel Attal, ancien Premier ministre, le président du groupe ensemble pour la République.
So in the yellow jersey, no changes to the standings as expected.
Madame Fabienne Bocottini, préfète de la Nièvre, voilà quelles sont les personnes qui monteront sur la podium protocolaire, mon cher Damien. Vous savez presque tout.
Voilà, et pas de changement pour le classement général, évidemment. Tadej Pogačar qui est arrivé bien le chaud au sein du peloton avec le maillot jaune, qui va endosser un 61e maillot jaune dans son histoire avec le Tour de France. Jonas Vingegaard, Van Poel resteront 2e et 3e devant
de l'autre côté du podium, c'est le triton des amis. Est-ce que vraiment les coureurs sont prêts à nous rejoindre? Oui.
C'est vrai qu'on peut retenir cette anecdote ce fait de course, mais l'histoire de Warren Scholl de cet après-midi est complètement dingue parce que hier.
So Tim Merlier was a noticeable absentee. Whilst the celebrations were going on in the Uno X Mobility team, let's get some reaction from within Tim Merlier's Soudal Quickstep team, because hopefully Louis Vavaca can shed some light on it.
Louis Vavaca, what happened into that final? Another very, very fast day here at the Tour de France, the fastest stage ever in Tour de France history.
Yeah, really nice. No, the breakaway was strong. A lot of teams didn't want bunch sprints, but watching UX, they playing the game in the start, but then they win the stage. It's a little bit pity. I always prefer someone who pulls. But yeah, that's cycling. It was really fast into the small roads. There we were with three together, but actually you cannot move, you cannot do anything. So it was a little bit a lottery to go into the sprint. Which side gonna open? And which team gonna launch first the sprint? So I didn't see the sprint of Tim, so I didn't know how he finished.
Yeah, he was in the bunch. He wasn't fighting for the stage victory. Was it? You know, what was it? What was the reason why? I mean, did you feel like you had it all under control until that point?
I think we were in pretty good position until 2K to go, and there I didn't see what happened. But Tim is also a winner. If he feels he cannot win, he will not go for it. So that's Tim.
I just said it was the fastest road stage ever of the Tour de France. How did it feel to be racing on today's stage? Did it feel so fast?
Yeah, I felt pretty fast. We did a pretty fast start already, and then it was a strong breakaway, so we exactly had to push and don't give them too much advantage. So yeah, it was pretty. The case went fast. Yeah.
Thanks, Lou.
Devant la résilience, la résistance et le côté pyromane de ces coursiers donc, que l'on apprécie évidemment et que l'on estime au plus haut point. Voilà, on va donc dans quelques instants pouvoir lancer, je l'espère, en tout cas, notre hymne officiel du Tour de France. Juliette, ma toppeuse aujourd'hui, eh bien, n'a pas l'air de m'indiquer que le top départ est aussi imminent que souhaité, mais ainsi la
Celebrations throughout Uno X. They've had some tour so far, haven't they? Torsten Trein in the yellow jersey. So here are the jerseys then. No change in any of those. And in the end, Anton Charmig, the rider who picks up the most combative riders. So a doubly good day for Uno X.
Thank you. Thank you. Praying in the last 200 there. Thank you.
Huge win for Søren Varensholt. He is absolutely delighted. Olav Koi's second, Jasper Philipsen third, Fretin fourth. Here's Hubart, he was fifth.
Hubart, another top performance by you in a Tour de France bunch sprint. Talk us through the last 1,000 meters.
I would say actually the last 5 kilometers were completely blocked, and then you could hear from Decathlon and Alpecin that they wanted to accelerate at the same moment. So we were all ready for that. Then I got boxed in a bit just before the last K with turns. But now I knew from experience that it's never over until you finish. So I kept fighting like I did the other days. And yeah, I could find some space on the left. And I have to watch it back. But I think we lost a little bit of speed to keep the full speed. But obviously it's always a slim chance to never have to break. But this time I could really sprint myself and see what I can do in a fair sprint, and I must say I'm quite happy, and obviously to discover a sprint in a tour is quite a miracle, so this time I really don't take it for granted, and I'm really proud of this one.
How did you experience the little gap that Søren Wernskjold got before you guys opened the sprint?
Yeah, I think what I saw is we had quite some headwind in the last 500 meters, and then there was just a little bit of hesitation from the lead-outs, I think, what I felt in the bunch at least, and that's when he went quite early and kept the speed, while the rest was maybe a bit too hesitant to open up the gas, and luckily I could find my way from the outside and keep my momentum and do a nice sprint. But yeah, he deserved it. He was clever and had the confidence to go for it. So.
Well done, Oop. Thank you.
Qui remporte la nouvelle victoire de sa carrière à l'âge de 26 ans. On a vu deuxième à Bordeaux cette année, il y a quelques jours. Il était troisième à Lille. L'année dernière, il remporte aujourd'hui
Just to show you got power. On the finish line. Okay. But I've done some start line sometimes. Used to go, but as long as every time the Tour de France is at the same time as I'm competing, it's hard to find one day can be good, but it's a long day. So I'm just expecting that the day I retire, I will spend more time with Tour de France. We can't stay away. But it's good. Like the competition is crazy. It's a nice sprint here today. It's clean. I love it today. So I watch it now.
Hannes Halland, your teammate, has just won a stage of the Tour de France. Søren Wernskjold has won the bunch sprint. How do you feel? What are the emotions in the team?
It's incredible. I think another time stage 11 victory for the team. It's next year is a tradition when we take stage 11 again.
Talk me through the plan this morning, because when I was speaking to your sports director, Gabriel Rasch, he was telling me that, you know, maybe we fancy the breakaway, we have our eyes set on the sprint, but Søren crashed yesterday, so we're not quite sure.
Yeah, I think we went for both. We had Anton in the breakaway, he was really strong, but yeah, we knew Søren was a bit injured, a bit more than we thought when he arrived at the best yesterday, but seems like he found his legs, and he was the best today.
Your brother stood next to you here. Tobias, what are the feelings, the emotions? I mean, the screams arriving at the bus, I think, tell the story.
It's crazy. We really didn't believe we were going to win today. I think with Søren at least. And this is the most crazy feeling. Yeah, it's crazy.
How much confidence did it give him in Bordeaux when he finished second? Did he change? Did it change his mentality and the belief?
Yeah, I think he really felt like it would be possible. But after the crash, I think we didn't really believe it. He looked sad yesterday. So, yeah, crazy today.
Congratulations. Enjoy this magnificent victory. Thank you, Tobias. Thank you, Hannes.
Pedersen un tout petit peu plus loin et Warren Schuld à l'arrivée qui est parvenu donc à conserver le...
Le vainqueur de l'étape du jour, Søren Wenskold de l'équipe Yonex Mobility. Première victoire d'étape, il est heureux, il a raison, félicité par l'hôte et l'hôtesse Continental. En présence de Noël Rollin, PDG de la société Rollin, invité Continental, de Manuel de Jésus, vice-président de Nevers Agglomération, délégué au sport. Il est heureux, le double maître, Søren Wenskold, donc, qui effectivement remporte cette étape. Il avait terminé second à Bordeaux. Il est vainqueur à Nevers. Allez le public! On applaudit très fort avec la belle médaille commémorant sa victoire aujourd'hui. Eh bien voilà, il est heureux, regardez, sympathique au possible, sculptural évidemment. Un petit peu de sang en dessous du genou gauche d'ailleurs, donc effectivement on voit que le sport cycliste a quand même ses dangers évidemment. Donc voilà pour l'équipe Yonex Mobility qu'on retrouvera en fin de parcours de podium protocolaire avec le combatif du jour, une équipe effectivement norvégienne qui tourne bien, que l'on voit beaucoup. Damien l'a confirmé tout à l'heure. Dans quelques instants, eh bien, on va changer non pas de crèmerie, on reste effectivement sur le même podium, mais on va changer de tableau.
Søren Wenskold qui devient donc le vainqueur de la 11e étape du Tour de France. La 2e place appartient, me semble-t-il, à Olaf Koy. On va attendre évidemment le classement, le top 10 de cette étape. La 2e place se joue à la photo finish entre Olaf Koy et Jasper Philipsen.
Christoph Roodhooft, talk me through this incredibly fast stage here at the Tour. Much more promising signs from Jasper Philipsen with his sprint.
Yes, indeed. The sprint was good today. He did not win, but okay. It was really promising, and his feelings were a lot better than they were in the last sprint stages. So, yes, it looks that we're going up.
Another opportunity tomorrow to try and put that to right as well. Only 24 hours to wait, but that must give him the confidence that he needs. I spoke to you. How do you give him that morale boost this morning? But surely this is it.
Yes, of course. But in the end, it starts with the legs and it ends with the legs. So the legs were more or less there. Tomorrow we will see how it goes. It's another day, and of course. The day of today is gone already, but it doesn't say that we cannot be successful, but it's not so easy to win either.
Not at all, not at all. Has a lot of his sprinting this Tour de France been a mental battle rather than a physical battle?
Like I said, it starts with the legs, and then when the legs are not there, the head follows in one way or another, and it was the bad direction this time for him.
Thank you, Christoph.
So it will be a 61st day in yellow. Tadej Pogačar will move on his own in front of Miguel Indurain, and with just Bernardino on 75 days in yellow and Eddy Merckx in 96 days in yellow ahead of him.
C'est très tendance, mais c'est assez précis tout de même, c'est pas du trop, mais ça fait toujours un souvenir, comme on dit. Voilà donc remise du maillot jaune de l'Italie chez LCM pour accueillir notre champion slovène, double champion du monde, quadruple vainqueur du Tour de France.
Well, Kes Bol did very well today. Let's go and hear from him.
Kees, talk us through the moment you got a gap when you look behind, and there was a gap. I know it's easy for me to ask now. What happened in that moment?
It's hard to say, but I think I opened maybe a little bit too early. then Olaf had a small moment of hesitation, and once the moment passed, it's too late to correct it. Yeah, then there was a gap, and yeah, in that position, it's nothing we can do anymore.
Seeing Werenskiold jumping on your wheel and opening from that position, does that make you feel that Olaf could have won if he was in my wheel?
I think definitely Olaf had the legs to win today. Also with the team, we did a really good job in the final. So we definitely have some disappointment in the bus that we feel like we could have won today. But yeah, with some time, we will also take the motivation from that and the confidence. And luckily tomorrow we get already a chance to take revenge.
Just a quick one, Cees. The fastest stage in the Tour de France history. Does it also feel like that on the bike?
It felt really fast, yeah. It was a short day.
Thank you.
Et pour les sprinteurs, eh bien c'est Mats Pedersen de l'équipe Lidl-Trek, effectivement, qui monte sur le podium, félicité par l'hôte de l'hôtesse au Scotland.
Well, Mats Pedersen stays in the green jersey, and news just coming through is that Jasper Philipsen, well, he might have produced one of his more encouraging performances of this tour, but he has been disqualified from the sprint. We're going to hear from Mats Pedersen in a second, but here are the current standings. So 43 points, the difference between Mats Pedersen and Biniam Girmay. Søren Werenskiold up into 7th on the standings. Now let's hear from Mats.
Mats Pedersen, I just checked the green jersey standing, and actually we can say that in a day like that you limited the losses.
Almost. The sprint was not good enough, but for the rest it was fine, and I can be lucky that that Philipsen or Girmay or Kanter didn't win a stage. It's sad to say, but that's the game when we are fighting for this points jersey.
One of the fastest stages in the history of the Tour de France. How was it from inside the bunch?
Well, quite easy. I think it was nasty for the guys in the front and the guys who was pulling. But for the rest of us, it was a quite decent day. Not too hard when you're sitting in the wheel, and you have a course like this where the speed is floating the whole day. Then it's it's not as tough as it sounds like.
You're a super, a rider with a lot of endurance, also a lot of power. But as an athlete, you're probably changing a little bit in the sprint, and you're losing something. But I mean, how will you face the fight for the green jersey in the upcoming stages, considering this?
Like I did so far. After tomorrow, we are done with all the proper sprint days. All the big points are gone, and I'm still in the content for the green jersey. I still have it today, and hopefully I still wear it after tomorrow. So the approach is not changing. Then we start to be here and there and everywhere with the team.
Best of luck. Thank you.
So here is this last kilometre again, and we are looking out for Jasper Philipsen at this stage. Jasper Philipsen sitting in 3rd position of the riders. We can see now moving up alongside Olav Koy with Biniam Girmay, and I wonder if it was just there. Little glance over his shoulder again, and then he starts his sprint again. I think we just missed the image. It's at 500 metres, literally where the camera changes angle, and Jasper Philipsen now in full tilt. But if we're to understand what is being passed on to us, Jasper Philipsen involved in an altercation, and from what I could identify then from the overhead image just before we then changed cameras, it was something with Biniam Girmay. Let's hear Romain Bardet's take on the stage.
What a fast day has it been today with this average speed beyond 50 km per hour the whole day. Remember, there was on the motorbike for us. A couple of words on this. How impressive was to watch this rider from the motorbike?
Yeah, I mean, we have to maybe ask the rider because it felt like pretty quick today with mostly tailwind. And also, I think on this kind of flat stages with just one categorized climb to just have 160 km of racing, that makes it more intense, you know. And now with also a 4-man breakaway, they want to keep them really under control. And nowadays, we just give him 90 seconds instead of 5 or 6 minutes like it was in the past. So they keep it close. And the peloton matched the pace of the breakaway. So when you have strong guys in the break like it was today, the peloton is going fast with tailwind. Yeah, that means a pretty intense stage.
Yeah, for sure, a very intense day for all the riders, but especially for those who were in the front the whole day.
So Nevers Cathedral looks down on the finish line. A day that has been won by Søren Varensholt, and a day that has also seen, looking at the sprint, we can see Jasper Philipsen there alongside Olaf Koy. This is not, I think Phillips has been disqualified for something earlier on in the sprint rather than the images that we're seeing now, because as you can see he doesn't actually do anything wrong there, and Koy just times things to come through and finish in second place. Philipsen was third, but yeah, he's got himself in a spot of bother with the commissaires, and we'll have to discuss that at greater length tomorrow. So stage 11 standings updated. It goes Varensholt, Koy, then Ferta, Arts, Girmay, Turgis, Russo, Gaviria, Ackermann, Pedersen. So some vital points there for Mads Pedersen. That'll make a difference to his position in the green jersey standings. And when we get confirmation of exactly what happened with Jasper Philipsen, we will let you know. Time then to take a look ahead to stage 12. Circuit Nevers-Manicourt through to Chalon-sur-Saône. It is another day that is expected to be decided by a sprint. Intermediate sprint comes at Decize at 45.8 kilometers. The Côte de Lanty and the Côte de Cuzy are two fourth category climbs before the Côte de Montagny-les-Bouxy that comes at 159.4 kilometers. All that's around 20 kilometers before the finish in Chalon-sur-Saône. A little more climbing than today, only 400 meters though, so 1,800 meters in total. Should be another one for the quick riders, just looking for Jasper Philipsen and exactly what he's got wrong here. Up against Girmay. Looking out for a move in here. So Phillips, it was on the right-hand side of the screen. In fact, I think it was just before we come into this moment, it was a push there on the Picnic NL rider that Jasper Phillips is being penalised for. So that was the reason that Jasper Phillips has received his disqualification on stage 11. All a little before here. So stage 12 of the Tour de France from Manicourt to Chalon-sur-Saône will be at 1:15 Central European time. We've got day one of the Corales Championship on the PGA Tour starts tomorrow evening. Motocross World Championship of Great Britain is on Sunday with the Riesenbeck jumping in equestrianism on Sunday. Dare to choose sport on HBO Max. But most of all, make sure that you're back with us tomorrow for stage 12 of the Tour de France between Manicourt and Chalon-sur-Saône.